Alrighties. Hopefully this is up and running. I'm still learning how to do this. This is my second stream ever in my entire life, so. But I wanted to fill it with a lot of hopefully helpful things to know about for new players. I want to go over gold making and how gold making works. And I wanted to go over basically like just generalized tips in for stuff period. I stuff I feel like it would be like quality of life stuff. So I'm going to be basically recording it. You know, basically after the stream's done, posting it as if it was a video and stuff. And I'm going to do that and just leave it up. I am trying to figure out if this is actually up before I start though. I am not seeing it up, so that's worried. 1 second. I gotta figure out how this, why this isn't. I am not seeing it up, so that's worried. 1 second. I gotta figure out how this, why this isn't. Okay, so it says it's working on my computer, but it doesn't say it's working on here. I am not seeing it up, so that's worried. 1 second. I gotta figure out how this, why this isn't. Okay, so it says it's working on my computer, but it doesn't say it's working on here. I am not seeing it up, so that's worried. 1 second. I gotta figure out how this, I don't know why I don't see this. Okay, so it says it's working on my computer, but it doesn't say it's working on here. I am not seeing. That's so strange. Because 1 second. I gotta figure out how this, because it definitely says on the computer that it's working. Okay. So it says it's working on my computer, but it doesn't say it's working on here. I am not seeing. That's so strange. Because 1 second. I gotta figure out how this, because it definitely says on the computer that it's working. Okay. So it says it's working on my computer, but it doesn't say it's working on here. Well, that's freaking annoying. That's so strange. Because, well, I don't know what to do about that, because I was basically, I am basically still figuring this out very much. So I've been playing Guild Wars 2 for literally since beta, since pre-launch. Annoying. And so Guild Wars 2 I know a decent amount about. Well, I don't know what to do about that because I was basically... I can see it on my phone. Still figuring this out very much. So I've been playing Guild Wars 2 for literally since beta, since pre-launch. And so Guild Wars 2 I know a decent amount of. So I'm just gonna close it on my computer for that and just be like, whatever. I was trying to find a way to be able to see the chat without having to go in and out of the game because... oh well. Anyway. So I'm on a character that is equipped with base game stuff. This is one of my PvP characters I like to run around with. There's a couple of maps in PvP where you take on like a big boss person. And... sorry. And the big boss person maps I really enjoy using a minion mancer on. Personally, it's just fun for me. It might not be like the hierarchy of PvP perfection, but at a certain point you have to be like, cool, this is a decently meta thing to do, but also this is what's fun for me. And it's totally fine to go to websites and look up like, hey, here's a, I don't know, whatever you want, build. Here's a specific build that's supposedly the best of the best, but if you hate playing it, it doesn't matter if it's the best build there is, because you're just gonna be bored out of your mind. So in actuality, it's really important to be like, you know what, screw that noise, I am going to go ahead and play what's fun for me. But what I like to do is look at what is like a good meta build or some of the better builds, and then go off of that towards something that's more fun for me. So I like mixing them together, unless the meta just happens to be fun. For instance, I didn't have to do almost anything to the meta for the Virtuoso, because I actually really enjoyed the Condi build that was there. The only thing I did was, and they even suggested it, that if I wanted to I could put a pistol on it instead, so that's what I did, and it worked out. So, you know, sometimes it works out that the meta is really fun, but if it's not, if you're just like, oh my gosh, this is super not fun, and you can make just a couple of small adjustments to make it better for yourself, don't be like, good grief, I'm not allowed to do this because everyone will hate me. The biggest places that meta really super matters is in high-end world versus world guilds and raids. As long as you're not raiding, as long as you're not doing high-end world versus world, it really isn't important. The reason partially that I wanted to get on this character is to show that only base stuff is unlocked. You can play the game with just base game classes and it'd be fine. See, the other specs you unlock by having the expansions, and the expansions are the Reaper comes from Heart of Thorns, Scourge was introduced in Path of Fire, and Harbinger is from Cantha. The hero points that you use to unlock everything in base game, you still use hero points to unlock everything going forward, but the hero points work differently in the expansions, because in the base game, every hero point you do, because there's so freaking many of them, in base game content, like say you went all the way back to the Grove, or some, oh whoops, that's the Gilded Hollow, the Grove, wrong area. Okay, and you went down in here to, like, Caledon Forest, which this character's discovered, like, nothing. Because, again, this character's done not a lot of stuff. But say you went ahead and you went to go get hero points in any of the base game stuff, it would be 1 point per hero point. Whereas here in, you know, expansion-based content, it's 10. Now, as a new player, if you are just playing the free-to-play and you are just like, hey, I'm doing the free version because I can't afford the expansions right now, or I'm trying it out, or whatever reason you have, that's totally fine. You can go for that, do that, that's 100% okay. But you're not going to be able to get the elite specializations, and you're not going to be able to get hero points that give 10 points at a time instead of just 1 point at a time. So when you're doing stuff in the game, on the base game, you also are going to have some limitations in regards to like the normal limitations in free trials in most games. You know, most of it is being able to earn gold or do like map chatting and stuff like that, because they don't want you to like basically get everything for free. And quite frankly, the majority of it, in my experience, isn't even about that though. In almost every MMORPG, it's really about stopping botters and farmers who use like automated computer systems and stuff from being able to like spam chats or spam getting gold and selling it and stuff like that. In this game, get gold works a little differently. I definitely intend to get to that, but back to the hero point thing and the elite specializations. When you are first playing and you're setting up your builds on your character and you're unlocking hero points and you're unlocking skills and everything like that, it's like, oh cool, this is exciting, I'm trying things out. And you go into here to use your points and say you unlock all of these skills up here, and you're like, that's neat, but now I want to unlock some builds. Well, then you go into the build and you can just put stuff wherever you want. But you'll notice this bottom one has kind of a goldish tint along the edge here. That's because it's where you put elite specializations once you unlock them. I have answered this question so many times for people. It's really remarkable to me how many folks, when they're first starting out, don't seem to realize this, but the builds, you can put anything anywhere you want except the 3 elite specializations. Those have to go on the bottom. That's the only place you can equip them. That means that when you're making a build with an elite specialization, you can use 2 base game build sections, and then after that, the third one is whatever the elite specialization is. This keeps you from equipping 2 elite specializations at a time, and it also keeps you from having like 4 slots instead of 3. It was just their way of figuring the system out. So the very first thing is, once you unlock an elite specialization, you can put it on the bottom there. My biggest thing with the elite specializations is getting it unlocked in the first place is kind of annoying. I highly recommend starting now that Cantha is out with the End of Dragons expansion, starting with a lot of those hero points instead of going to like Heart of Thorns first. Heart of Thorns has a few that are pretty simple, but Heart of Thorns, a lot of the hero points are like combative ones where you have to fight a guy, and it's not great. It really isn't. They're basically meant to be like group content, a lot of them, whereas the ones that are in essentially Cantha in the End of Dragons expansion, they're easy. Like almost all of them are pretty easy. And even the ones that are a little harder, or maybe it's guarded by an elite that you just can't seem to beat, whatever, someone's gonna walk along and 2 people can do any hero point in all of freaking Cantha, as far as I can tell. Like, there's not a single one that's like, oh yeah, this definitely can't happen, or this is gonna be hard, or whatever. So really, really recommend that. Path of Fire has some easy ones, but it also has some that are annoying, so it's kind of a mixed bag. But if you're first starting out, you haven't practiced dodging a lot yet, you haven't actually, like, figured out how to fully play your class and you're just randomly throwing builds together and equipping weapons, trying to figure out what weapon feels fun to you, just start with Cantha for your hero points to unlock your elite specialization. It'll be a lot easier on you. Then once you get your elite specialization and you unlock it and everything, you know, when you go to start trying it out, make sure you remember that the elite specialization comes with a new weapon that can be equipped that the base game character could not equip. So, for instance, we'll do Harbinger, the new one from End of Dragons. On Necromancer, it can equip a pistol. In Heart of Thorns, on Necromancer, you can now equip a greatsword if you equip the elite specialization, your Reaper. Now, the big thing to remember is if you take that elite specialization off, then it goes back to you can't use that weapon anymore. So if you are specifically attached to not just, oh, I want to try this out, but also I really love the idea of playing this specific weapon on this class, don't forget that it's tied to the elite specialization that you have equipped. Otherwise, it's all the base game weapons, or else each one has its own unique weapon that it uses. For the elite specialization weapon, though, if you are, for instance, like, man, I really like Reaper, but I hate using a greatsword on my Necromancer, I don't want to use a greatsword. Just because the elite specialization opens up the ability to use the greatsword does not mean that you have to use the greatsword. So it's not like a requirement to be able to be functional and actually do it. So don't worry about that. If you really are like, you know what, when I was playing base game, I loved playing like a scepter and a focus, or an axe and a focus, or, you know, whatever, on my Necromancer, and I equipped Reaper. I don't want to stop using that. That's totally fine. Honestly, there's even some builds that specifically do that. So, it's like not a requirement just because the weapon opened up to you. For the... I'm playing in the morning, and man, this Casino Blitz has not really got a lot of people doing it. That's the time that is convenient for me to play, so... oh well, too bad, so sad. The... build, once you set up your build and you're like, cool, I'm ready to use it and all that kind of stuff, once you do that and you're happy with it, go practice. Do not immediately be like, cool, I've got my build, I'm gonna go join a raid group. Go practice a little bit first. It's really important when you do group content in this game to have some semblance of an understanding of your own class and your own playability, because this game doesn't do necessarily the traditional tank healer DPS thing, except pretty much in like raids. Some high-end fractals, some people, you know, they bring along that kind of a setup more, but it's really just not like that at all. Strike missions and raids is basically the only places that you're gonna see much of that. So it's really important when you're making your build and you're really happy with it and you go into group content to understand that people aren't going to be rescuing you and you need to rescue yourself. And also, people aren't expecting you to rescue them necessarily, unless, again, it's a raid or a strike mission, or world versus world armies. If you're in a, again, actual, like, top-end world versus world guild, it's going to matter, but you're not going to be doing that when you first start out. You just need to be able to play for yourself, by yourself, and handle your own stuff, and then once you are good with your own self to a decent point, you are dodging, you are, you know, getting your rotation down a little bit, and you're feeling a little more comfortable with it, then go do some group content, do some fractals, do some dungeons, although you might not be ready for speed dungeon runs yet, you know, but you can do some basic dungeon runs. You know, be in group content. You can go to training raids. be in group content, but just be aware that you're semi-responsible for yourself in this game. You never, no matter what, even in the most high end of raid, stop being somewhat responsible for yourself. It's just part of it. So always get a feel for your class that you've decided that you like, get a feel for what you're doing, and feel good about that. I don't know, I think everybody left the map earlier when I didn't. Or else it's really just that early in the day. Anyway, it doesn't matter whether this wins or not. It's just nice to get a chance at an infusion. It's just funny to me that this, I haven't had a failed boss blitz in a long time. Or casino blitz. Let's see, where's some more? Anywho, once you're, you know, doing a little bit of group content, maybe you're doing like tier 1 fractals, you're doing a couple of dungeons, and you're like, tried a training raid out, did a couple of world versus world entries, and you're like, you know, hey, I did some stuff. I did some instanced content, and I did, you know, a little bit of open world PvP. I feel good about myself. Make sure you go and do some metas and stuff. Doing open world metas can help you practice quite a bit, and being part of events that build up to like a big boss can feel really rewarding all by itself, just in general. Now there's even less people doing it. I don't actually need all these casino coins, so I don't know why I'm doing this, but whatever. It's just funny. Anyway, once you have done a few like open world metas that are like base game ones, start doing open world metas that are in the expansions. I highly recommend starting with the base game open world metas because they are significantly easier. The world bosses in the base game are significantly easier, but there are a couple of quote-unquote exceptions of ones that are a little harder. I would definitely say don't start and be like, yeah, I'm gonna go do a world boss, and the first world boss you do is the Triple Trouble worm in Bloodtide Coast. Just don't have that be your very first one, because it takes 3 coordinated mini armies of players to do that. So be aware there's gonna be some that require more mechanics than others, but in actuality, base game open world metas and bosses are a lot easier. Once you get done doing that, I actually recommend doing open world metas and bosses in Path of Fire. Don't go to Heart of Thorns first, in my opinion, if you want ease. Then after you've done some Path of Fire stuff, then go to Heart of Thorns. And then I would recommend doing Cantha last. If you do the first 3 world bosses / metas, that's not the end of the world. You're not going to die that much or have trouble that much, but I definitely do not recommend doing End of Dragons until you've really gotten way better with your DPS, way better with understanding how to CC, use crowd control to do break bars and stuff like that. So a couple of things while you're learning. So while you're very first running around getting your hero points, you're learning about your class and your build. I'm gonna stop doing this event since it's not going anywhere anyway. Or well, I guess I could go see if they're active. Again, it's early in the morning. Oh, there's a bunch of active ones. But can I get on? Nope, it is full. Too bad, so sad. I should have left the map earlier when it was offering. Oh well. See, even this morning there are people doing it. It's just I'm on the wrong map. Like I said, I'll just go ahead and stop doing this. Anyway. So the things that you need to do in combat that are really important are, while you're running around getting your hero points and stuff, you need to understand a couple of things that are going to apply to every class, every spec, every character you make, no matter what. So the first thing you want in combat is to understand your abilities. So when you are attacking with your primary auto attack number one skill, it's gonna have 3 attacks. So you're gonna hit once, hit twice, hit 3 times, and then it will rotate back and start over again. Your third hit is always going to be your something special hit, something extra hit. So like when I'm attacking, it's 1, 2, and then 3. 1, 2, and then 3. So the third hit, you can almost like hear the difference of the more amplified hit, and that's going to be true on any character. You can also see it just sort of flap right here, and it'll flap, flap, flap. 1. Well, okay, I gotta apparently be attacking something, so 1 second. So you can watch right down here, and you can see 1, 2, and then 3. 1, 2, and then 3. So get really used to that count and try not to be always interrupting your third hit, because again, your third hit is the hit that does the something special. On top of that, you really need to read your skills and know that this one does a bleed, or this one applies torment, or this one's a fear, or this one makes you run faster, but it also siphons, you know, life force. You know, you want to understand at least some slight understanding, even if you don't understand what's the difference between bleeding and torment. You know, you're like, I don't understand what torment does. That's okay. You just understand that it does that. And as you go on and you learn your skills better and you understand better, you'll understand, oh, every time I hit 3, I'm adding torment. And by the time you understand what torment does, you'll already have the habit of doing it. The other thing is when you are weapon swapping, and your weapon swap is like, oh, hey, cool, I've got all these other new abilities, you want to be aware of what those do too. And you want to be aware of, in your build, if you have anything set for, hey, I gain this when I weapon swap, or, oh, this happens when I weapon swap, because you'll have to add regular weapon swapping to your combat quite a bit. I don't like things that are on weapon swap, because I personally don't like playing builds that you have to weapon swap like repeatedly on a regular basis. Those builds are definitely probably better, but it's not my own personal playstyle. Weapon swapping is all fine and dandy, but I don't like doing it every like 12 seconds. So I don't like making builds that rely on it a lot. For your other things that you need to really pay attention to in combat, no matter what character you're on ever, the other thing is your break bars. Break bars are... is there gonna be a guy around? I bet the, Hydras. I'm gonna grab this flax, and then I will go see if I can find... Alright, Hydra. Doot-doot-doot. There's usually some hydras up in here. A break bar is a bar that you see underneath the health bar on your enemies. Here's me a hydra. I know there's some down in this valley over here, so if I have to go to the valley... There's a hydra. Nope, it doesn't have a break bar activated, but it does have one possible. So this gray right here with the little shield means that right now it is actively attackable, all that kind of stuff. It's good to go. Defiance is technically what this is called, but everyone just calls it a break bar. It did technically back in the day used to work differently and literally be called a defiance bar, but we don't do that, call it that anymore. In reality, it's just a bar for you to break so that he can become stunned and take more damage and all that stuff. You can use it to keep him from doing a big ability. Some bosses flat out, or even bad guys, flat out become completely immune to damage until you break their break bar. Some bosses, they do mass damage until you break their break bar. So it's really important to understand that a break bar is on a lot of harder bad guys, and that a break bar is just a thing that's gonna be something you encounter. And the break bar, you break it with crowd control abilities. So some crowd controls are called soft CC, and some are called, you know, hard CC. And the difference between them is really simple. If it's something that is only gonna affect something in a small way, then it's a soft one. And if it's gonna affect something in a large way, then it would be a hard CC. So a soft CC, for instance, would be cripple. Oh, now they walk a little slower. Well, that's not really doing a ton to them, but hey, you did something to them, so congrats. Whereas if you did an actual full-blown stun, like a full, you know, oh, this would have stunned them for a little bit, then that's a big crowd control, so that is a hard CC, so that would affect the break bar in a bigger way. Some CCs can make it so that the break bar slowly ticks down in little bits, and some CCs make the break bar have like a big chunk just flat out break off of it, and then the majority of CCs, it's more like somewhere to a you know, a medium to semi-large chunk breaks off of the break bar. So it's really important to be like aware that when you're applying a skill, it can do crowd control. There are some bosses or some bad guys and villains that you do not want to just randomly willy-nilly attack, because using crowd control on them at any old point would actually make the fight longer and harder for you. For instance, Dragon Stand. When you are fighting Mordramoth, he comes and he bites on an island and he has a break bar. You do not want to break that break bar until he bites the third time, because it gives you more time for everybody to get more damage in, drop more bombs, all that stuff. So in actuality, you're just extending how long the fight is if you are breaking the break bar too soon, because you don't know which of your abilities even cause break bar damage. So it's really important to understand stuff like that before you go doing things like, you know, fractals and raiding, and it's very important to understand that you have a personal responsibility for, sorry, I'm not playing very well, for helping with things like that. Now, eventually, once you get far enough into the game, you might see someone and they have like a way station, a United Legion's way station just sitting around, and you're, why do I have no minions? Why am I fighting things and I didn't summon anything? Whoops, I just noticed that. A United Legion's way station is something that you will see, but you won't be able to use it. Dude, I'm just trying to summon all this crap that I should have had summoned this entire time. There we go. Okay. So like right now, see, he's got a break bar. So right now, I'm gonna put my slow under him, and then I want to go ahead and use a fear on him, and that help make his break bar a little down. Oh, goodness. I hate this one. I don't know why I came to help with this. I always help people whenever they call something out. Gosh. I either need to start paying attention or something. Anyway. Okay, there we go. Doing slightly better. Okay, anyway, it's really important to understand how these things work, because when you are in the game doing stuff, it's gonna come up like constantly. Break bars, crowd controls, what does damage, what doesn't do damage, different types of damage. It's all going to come up, so it's really important to pay attention to it and to be aware of what's happening with your character and what you're doing on your character at any given time for the battle that you're in. And different battles will have different mechanics and will require different things, but yeah. So right now, I already have my little slow up, but I'm not dropping it because his brake bar wasn't fully blue yet. When it's gray like that, that means it's filling back up. And I waited and saved my, basically, seek crowd control ability for after. You know what, I'm just gonna swap to. Ah, he moved right when I put that. Well, it's a good thing I didn't put down number 5. Anyway, I waited for the brake bar to be up before I used the crowd control, specifically so that I could help break the brake bar and not waste the crowd control on, like, nothingness. With a big boss like that who's got a brake bar, that he's not gonna get crowd controlled from my little cripple. He's not gonna start walking slower, so it would have been a complete and total waste for me to drop that and not done anything to help anybody. So if I waited a couple of seconds to drop that, then it helps break the brake bar, and then it's actually useful. So crowd control in this game works very different than a lot of games because the biggest, baddest bosses in the game have brake bars. CC works on the biggest, baddest bosses in the game. So crowd control, like for instance when I used to play World of Warcraft, crowd control was basically useless when you went into like raids and dungeons and stuff on any boss. And in this game, crowd control is part of like almost every fight you're gonna do, unless you're just randomly killing ittle-pittle live animals out in the wild somewhere. It's just never gonna stop being important. For the other parts of combat, it gets a lot more nuanced and a lot more involved, but the biggest things I would say for beginners is just understand that you need to practice with your class with your different types of damage and your different crowd control and be aware of stuff. That's it. That's basically it. I think I've talked about this long enough. So once you've got your build down, you've practiced with a little bit of group content, you've done some world bosses, you've done some metas, you've figured out your break bar, you know what makes you in specific help make the break bar. Well then there's basically gonna be, up until this point, you've probably just been sort of following events. Oh look, an orange circle appeared on the minimap. I went and helped. Yay. Well, you're going to start actually wanting to follow tags at this point, because now you're going to be useful when you get there and do the open world group content that's more like someone's summoning something, someone's doing something on purpose, doing stuff like what I'm doing right now, which is bounties. When you're doing the bounties, you showing up and just randomly spamming one isn't gonna help anything. And you're gonna be like, well crap, what am I even doing? I feel lost. And bounties have more and more mechanics, so you need to understand the basic mechanics before you start with anything higher. So like for instance, right now, again, I'm still on my base game Necro, but I can help with the bounties because A, I understand that I'm helping with a break bar, and B, I understand that I am doing damage when I'm doing damage and not doing damage when I'm not doing damage. Sadly, there's only 2 of us here, so I'm trying to be a little bit careful. But the biggest things are now with the bounties, there'll be extra mechanics. So like for instance with this one, you've got these orbs right here. If I don't stand on these orbs, then I start getting this debuff right here. When this debuff gets really high, I'm gonna get insta-downed. So I want to come get next to these orbs every once in a while and clear my stacks. But I don't want to just stand there because then I'm just gonna die and get hit by everything. So it's really important to be like, hey, clear my stacks, hey, go back out, fight some more, you know, whoops, he's gonna come up right here. He's gonna be moving around and doing all these attacks. Well, I can't just stand still, but I also can't let my stacks get too high. So as you do bounties, you'll find more and more extra mechanics that aren't on like normal guys. And it's really important to get to where you're learning these, because when you stop doing like, say, tier 1 fractals, and when you start doing like actual not training raids, the mechanics ramp up a lot. In fractals in specific, which fractals are basically like a really high scaling type of dungeon, it scales up higher and higher and higher the more you go. In there, you do need to equip things called infusions that give you agony resistance into some of your gear. The agony resistance really will make a massive difference with how much damage you're taking. But there's also going to be mechanics that happen, and they change. They're not always the same. And depending on what tier you're in, these new effects are going to just be happening to the raid group, or the dungeon group in this specific, which is where your fractals are, so fractal group. So you're going to be essentially like equipping your infusions and going in and being excited, but in actuality you have to learn the extra stuff as well. But you can't learn the extra stuff if you don't already know anything about how to fight in general. So it's really important to practice first. So for instance, you might be dealing with, you know, the mechanics, but on the top of that, now every once in a while, everyone in the fractal has a giant burst of AoE that comes off of them. And the burst of AoE, you have to avoid it coming off of each other while still dodging all the boss mechanics. So now you have to think about, well, am I super close to an ally? Am I going to be, like, good grief, there's so much stuff here. Hopefully I can just kill this veteran and pop back up. If you are downed and you kill something while you're downed, you can pop back up, and that is called rally. Rally. I was gonna get to the down skills, but I was downed, so I brought it up. Anyway, so now in the fractal, getting back to the example, if the AoE is bursting off of everyone, you have to think, well, I need to run this off of my friends. I'm gonna go run in the corner with my AoE, but I still have to, at the same time, be breaking break bars, and at the same time, I need to be making sure that I'm helping with the damage. So you have to think about a lot more things all at once, and it just builds and builds in difficulty. So it's really important not to get overzealous and just go dive bomb a fractal and be like, yes, I'm here, tier 4 fractal. Even if you understand that you're supposed to equip, you know, your agony infusions to reduce how much damage everything does to you, it's still not going to help anything if you don't understand how to actually fight in this game. And again, it doesn't matter if you go in as a healer, you're still going to have to help with damage. It doesn't matter if you go in and you're like, oh, I'm just going to tank. That's not how it works. That might be what you're used to in another MMORPG, but that's not how it works in this one. For your combat stuff, once you get to the point where you're able to handle mechanics and break bars and damage all at the same time pretty decently and listen to stuff, at that point, start actually going and joining real raids, go join some tier 4 fractals, go do some high-end world versus world armies, like go join a big squad, go 3-man legendary bounties, like at a certain point the challenge is part of the fun. You know, at that point, go do Dragon's End. Go do it. Go do go to the end of Dragon's final zone. It's called Dragon's End, so I realize that's a little confusing, but that's okay. It's a pity no one ever else came to this, because I did not get there before my stocks got too high. Foolish me, foolish. So normally with down skills, since I'm downed, just go ahead and go over them. Number 1 is some sort of an attack. Number 2 is some sort of CC of some kind. Sometimes it's number 3 instead. Number 2 and 3 can also, on some classes, be some sort of an escape. For instance, on Mesmer, you can actually teleport slightly away. So if you like get downed and you're in the middle of like some sort of horrible, terrible AoE, you can like move yourself out of it while you're in a down state. But basically, when you die in this game, you don't instantly die. Instead, you have a chance to like fight back. And when you're in this state, other people can actually help heal you. And you can help heal yourself. Your number 4 skill when you're downed is going to help you heal yourself. Unless you are on some classes that can heal and do damage at the same time. For instance, a Necromancer. So that's why you don't see me touching the number 4 skill when I'm on my Necro, when I'm downed, because in actuality, it's not going to be more beneficial to do that for me as a Necro. But on almost all classes, number 4 is going to be your heals. So you have like this chance to fight for your life. And again, if you kill something while you're downed, then you get to pop back up and fight some more. And if you are, you know, downed and someone helps heal you, it counts just the same as if you had been healing yourself. So it's kind of interesting because you get a second chance. Being downed is not like a final death either. Like in open world content, you can always go resurrect it like a way. Crap, my stacks. I didn't pay attention to my stacks. What did I do? Whoops, whoops, whoops. I don't think we're gonna get this. I mean, maybe we are. He's at 10%, but it's gonna be close. Anyway, there's just so much random enemies that spawn here is really what the problem is. You're so busy killing other crap that it's like... Anyway, so in open world, you can always go to a waypoint and just resurrect yourself. You're good to go. But in like raids and strike missions, if you get downed, you're gonna need to pop back up real hard. Whoa, we did get it. That was worked out. Anyway, the strike missions and the raids, when you get downed and then die, you don't get to come back up again. So in a lot of MMORPGs, you can like resurrect someone when they die. That's not the case. You're gonna be in a downed state fighting for yourself, and then when you die, you're gonna have to deal with it. Once they're out of combat, then obviously you can come back, but during that same fight, it's not going to go well. So part of the reason there are training raids, and part of the reason you don't want to just like go raid right off the bat, is because if you die right off the bat, you're useless to the entire group, and you're not helping kill the boss, and it's not exactly going to be a good look. Not exactly going to be the most helpful thing you ever did. So really, you know, be aware of that. For the... He's gonna go do another one? Whatever, I'll help him do it. It's something random to do while I'm talking. Helping this poor guy with his bounties that he's doing by himself. I feel a little bad for him. I always feel bad for people who are by themselves. Anyway, so you go far enough in understanding your combat, and you can do any combat in the game. The last thing with combat that I will go ahead and say is gear matters a lot. And what I mean by gear matters a lot isn't, oh, hey, you have to have the top rarity of gear in the game, and your gear, if it's not, you know, purple or pink, then you shouldn't even show up. I don't mean that. I mean, if you are using a build and it does a bunch of like bleeding and it does a bunch of burning, and then you equip all berserker stats, which gives you a pure power build and doesn't add to any of your condition damage at all, you're gonna sort of struggle with your damage and stuff. Like, it's not gonna be very useful to you. What your stats are on your gear, what kind of sigils, what kind of runes you're equipping, that matters a lot. So once you get to level 80, it's not going to be that complicated for you to get some orange gear, and orange gear is good enough to do like 85% of the content in the game. It's not the best gear, and you're going to have to practice, but it's okay. It's still good enough to do a ton of content in the game. And effectively, like, you'll still be fine, totally fine doing it. But if you equip a bunch of orange gear that's all condition damage and not a single ability on your staff is doing condition damage, you're really, really going to be shooting yourself in the foot when you go to fight anything. Like anything, like even regular bad guys, even if you're not doing like group content or you're not with like some sort of like bosses, you're still gonna be like, why is my damage so bad? Why am I always downed? What is wrong? What's wrong could very well be that you are totally picking the wrong stats. Now, good news, crafting orange gear in this game is really not too bad at all. So even if you get random orange gear and you're like, wow, the stats on this are really bad, it's not going to be that hard to change it out. Runes and sigils, the majority of them are pretty cheap on the trading company, or you can earn some pretty easily from doing things like world versus world or dungeons. A lot of the dungeon runes are pretty not bad, you know? So you definitely have opportunities for growth here that's not going to be like super expensive. When you get Ascended gear, which is your pink rarity, the stats are slightly better than orange, and it is the stat, I guess, creep, or what, power creep. It is the highest it caps at. There is purple gear and it is better, but I will explain what is better about purple gear in a second. But it is not the stats itself that is better between Ascended gear and purple gear. You could be wearing a piece of armor and say it has 12 power on it and it's pink. If you equip the exact same piece of gear and it's purple and it's legendary, it's still going to be 12 power. It's going to have the exact same stat. And I will explain what's so amazing about purple gear in a minute. But for Ascended gear, say you do Tequatl. He is a dragon boss in the base game. You don't even have to have an expansion to do him. And when you fight him, you get a box from him, and you get super lucky, and he drops you some Ascended armor. And you're like, oh my gosh, I can't believe it. I have pink gear. This is awesome. I didn't have to craft it, you know, but the stat that you get on it is not the stat that you wanted. And you realize too late, oh crap, look what I did. I've ruined myself. Now I'm gonna be crap. I can't believe I did that. Don't worry. Ascended gear, you can actually take the insignia and stuff for the what you wish you would have picked, and you can go and drop the Ascended piece of gear, and this works for weapons as well, not just armor, in the Mystic Forge with the stat combination that you were actually looking for, and you can get your piece of gear back with the correct stats on it. So even though you didn't craft the gear, you can still save yourself from having like a terrible stat combination and ruining your own life accidentally by having, you know, a crap piece of gear. The biggest thing though is everybody really wants legendaries. Even though you can do 85% of the content in the entire game, expansions included, with orange gear, and even though you can do 100% of the content in the game completely effectively with pink gear, what we all want, what we all care about is purple gear. The gear does not get stronger when it's purple. I cannot emphasize that enough. It's not more powerful just because it's purple. Let me think here. An example. I know an example. Okay. So, for instance, right now currently, my little necromancer that I'm on has a warhorn that is a legendary warhorn. I have Howler, I crafted it super happy with it, all that jazz. But technically, I have not fully salvaged all of my old Ascended gear that I don't need anymore, including an old Warhorn. I didn't even put stats on it yet. Okay, so right now, let's see, what do I got on my Warhorn? I've got... Well, I can change it to anything, so let's make this one instead. So we're going to pick a stat for this. We'll pick... how about Rampagers? Sure, we'll pick It doesn't really matter. I don't know why I picked something that I had to scroll to. I'll just do Rabid, sure. So here's Rabid, 90, 90, 125. So if I go to my Legendary right here, and I go to... What did I pick? Rabid, I think. Yes, I think I picked Rabid. That's what I have. That's why I picked that. Okay. That makes sense then. Anyway, so right here, it's 90, 90, 125. On my Legendary, it's 90, 90, and 125. Exactly the same stats on the pink gear. The pink gear is like 15 times cheaper to craft than the Legendary. It's like way, way less expensive. But there's a few things that are amazing about Legendaries that pinks just cannot ever accomplish. Your Ascended gear is your pink gear, and it's just never gonna have significant things that Legendaries have. The first thing that everyone cares about is the true end game of any MMORPG you will ever play in your entire life is going to be about your character customization. It's gonna be how you look. It's gonna be decking yourself out with flashy stuff so that you feel like you look like a badass. It's just the truth. Every MMORPG end game content is going to be style, okay? Legendary weapons have extra style that no other weapons or gear, armor is the same thing, that it's gonna have in the game. So a Ascended Warhorn, when you preview it, here you go. Wow, that's what it looks like. It's not the, like, basic, like, brown stick Warhorn or something like that. Like, it's not completely simple, but it's definitely not, like, it super impressive or exciting. But then you go and you look at Howler, and you preview it, and even just equipped, you can tell already it looks different. But then you go to wield it, and when you go to wield it, it makes effects. You've got mist coming off your body. You've got this Warhorn that when you use it, it makes like howling effects during your combat. And every once in a while, out in the distance, you can hear wolves howling just when you're running around doing stuff, period. This particular Legendary, that's things it does. These are the Legendaries I've crafted so far, so obviously I have a long way to go to get all of them. The only Legendary armor I have is this light armor. I guess I could take off my outfit for a second. I like this outfit on this guy, but I'll take it off for a minute and show you. So here's the Legendary armor. Doot-a-doot. Me just standing around with it. So, not that amazing. Also, it's not dyed. So, forgive the, like, grayscale going on. I can dye it to look like anything, but I don't have it dyed right now. Whatever. So, I'm just walking along. Doot-a-doot-a-doo. It's not really that impressive. But you can see some lightning effects from my Legendary Scepter I have equipped. And you can see some rainbowy effects from my Legendary Necklace that I have equipped. So there are some effects going on from my Legendaries, even though I am not in combat. Now, when you go into combat, your style changes significantly. Bunch of stuff happens. So the Legendary armor shoots out these big spike thingies, and the Legendary armor now comes alive with moving spikes and stuff like that. So it is no longer just simple. I even have a big glowy spine on my armor now. On top of that, now I have the mist effect from my Warhorn along with the lightning, okay, coming around my body, and my Legendary trinket, Aurora, has these balls glowing around. Now I put everything away, and all of the flashy stuff puts itself back away. So when you enter combat, some pretty cool stuff happens. Now on top of that, say I go to use an ability. Well, see, now I've got this wolf that comes out instead of just the normal ability because, again, my Warhorn adds special abilities and effects. So when you're using the legendary, even besides the other cool stuff it does that I'm going to explain, style really matters, and style gets really flashy with legendary stuff. On top of that, though, legendaries do something pretty impressive. I don't know if you noticed it already, but I can see all this legendary stuff over here. If I took off, for some reason, my legendary gloves here, if I unequip them, I can infinitely re-equip them on any character from my legendary collection. Once you collect a legendary weapon, armor, whatever it is infinite that you can use it on every character that's capable of using it. So one of the first things that I recommend making for a new person, if you're going to make a legendary, as much as legendary weapons are so tempting and cool, I super highly recommend making a legendary backpack. Legendary backpack and getting your Prismatic Champion's Regalia, which is the legendary amulet. The legendary backpack, you can make a PvP legendary backpack, a World versus World legendary backpack, or a PvE legendary backpack, the PvE one being from Fractals. The Ascension, the one that I chose to make, is from PvP. I did go partway into making Infinitum, which is the Fractals PvE one, but I chose not to go ahead and do that one, and instead did the PvP one because I had a bunch of friends who wanted to PvP together, and it just worked out for me that way. But making a legendary backpack, making a legendary necklace, which this necklace you actually make, whoops, why did I close that? You actually make from doing, from making the return to achievements. So if you do every single section of return to achievements here, except for the bonus achievement, you aren't required to do that one. That all of these achievements from every single return to thing for every single Living World season, they all have a return to thing except for Living World Season 1. So there's a return to event for all of them except Living World Season 1. It's under the side stories category in your achievements. If you do all of those, you get the legendary necklace. I highly recommend go through, do those achievements, have fun doing them. Going to the return to stuff, if you've never even been to any of those maps from the Living World seasons, those maps are really fun. Some of them are very lucrative, lots of gold making to be had there. Doing the achievements is pretty straightforward. They're really direct, and you can get this legendary necklace. The backpack, the necklace, you can equip it on every character you ever make. All of your characters you currently have, all of your characters you will ever have, ever. All of them. 100% of them. So, it's really important, even though, man, you know, you might be like, man, these new Gen 3 legendaries from, you know, like Aurene are awesome, and then you can make them look like any of the different type of dragon types. You know, like, I could make it look like freaking Croclatoric and have branded purple crystals everywhere, or I could make it look like Zaitan, and I could have, like, evil undead effects. You know, that's so cool. I want that effect. I want that style. As much as that's so true, as much as it's so cool, as much as style absolutely is endgame, I still super recommend getting legendaries that you can equip across every character first, such as a trinket or a backpack or a necklace. And to me, the backpack and the necklace are significantly easier to get than the freaking you know, your artifact slots here and your ring slots here they're just much harder legendaries to make, in my opinion, than these two legendaries right here are. Once you've made these two, make whatever you want. If you make a legendary set of armor, yes, it is true. If you make a light armor set, every character who wears light armor can wear it. But that doesn't help your medium and your heavy armor wearers. You'd have to make another legendary armor set for medium armor, another legendary armor set for heavy armor. So in reality, yes, it helps a lot of characters at once. Yes, it's really good. It's awesome. But each one of these is a legendary that you have to make from scratch. Whereas a weapon is a legendary you make from scratch, but the legendary that you're making from scratch can be beneficial to a lot of characters as well. For instance, almost every class in the game has some sort of use for a sword or for a staff. So, since these kinds of weapons are used by a large amount of characters, it makes sense to go for a weapon just as much as to go for legendary armor. Once you've made the necklace and a back piece, it's really not important after that point which legendary you go for, because you go for what you like, for what seems easiest and funnest for you to make, and for what you will get the most versatility and use out of. But your legendary weapon collection is just there always. So with Ascended gear, even though the stats on it are the same, I would have to make a separate Warhorn for every character who used a Warhorn. Instead, with my legendary Warhorn, all my characters have infinite access to a top stat Warhorn anytime. On top of that, and on it looking good, it also is really nice that when you go into your wardrobe and you go to transmute any of these, you don't use a transmute shard. So, if I go over here and I want to change the look, okay, of something that you know, like say the spear. Say I want to use a skin on the spear. I have to use a transmutation charge to do that. Okay? Transmutation charges for new players, you know, they're like, oh man, I really need more of them. For veteran players, you're gonna stockpile tons and tons of them. I'm surprised I don't have more than I have. Probably because I transmute my, it's not what most people spend a lot of time transmuting, but for whatever reason, I transmute my harvesting tools a lot. I don't know. Anyway, so I reset this. Now, if I say wanted to transmute a piece of gear over here to whatever, it costs 0 transmutation charges because it's to legendary armor. If I do the same thing with legendary weapon, same thing, legendary backpack, I can change my backpack to anything I want, anytime I want. Doesn't matter at all. I can put whatever I like on there. 0 transmutation charges. So your legendary gives you the top stats in the game. It gives you the style effects, the combat effects, changes to your actual skills and how they look. It gives you the ability to use it infinitely on multiple characters, so instead of having to craft multiple Warhorns, you could just use the one legendary over and over on every character, and it just saves it. And on top of that, 0 transmutation charges. But wait, there's more. Your legendary weapon also has one more super incredible thing about it. So you know how I said stats matter? Well, normally, if you want to change the stats on the Ascended gear, and you're like, man, I set up this build, new patch came out, I feel like this build isn't going to help me anymore, I'd like to change it up, you're going to have to go and get the stuff to change all your Ascended gear in the Mystic Forge, and the stat combination, and change out your runes and all that stuff. With these, I can, let's see, I think I have some in the bank here. I'm just gonna grab some random something out of here. Yes I do, I have some random ones. So we'll just grab something random in here and use it. So we'll use, sure, some Nightmare. Why not? So you go on here, and I've got this Ascended gear, okay? Or, I mean, not Ascended gear. I have this legendary gear. On Ascended gear, if I put this rune in here, it's going to be permanent. But, if I go to Customize, I can do infusions, and I can do runes, and I can equip them and unequip them as much as I want, anytime I want. I never lose the rune. I never lose the infusion. I don't have to go back to the trading company and constantly be buying more and more and more and more. This one apparently didn't have stats. whatever. What did I have it on? I think Rabid. Um, so you've got your ability to customize the stats anytime you want. I don't have to, if I want to change it off of Rabid and I want to put it on, say, Vipers instead, I can do that anytime I want, no problem. I don't need to go to the Mystic Forge. I don't need to go buy anything to do that. I can just change it on a whim. If I want to change my runes or my infusions, I can just change them on a whim. It's very, very wonderful for like quality of life. As you continue on in this game, you're like, wow, look at the freaking things that I can do. More and more convenience goes a long way, because it can get to be way too time consuming to just do everything manually. And being able to like not have to go and constantly rebuy runes, redo stuff, it just saves you a ton of like energy. Now, when you're first starting out and you're a new person and all of that stuff, you might really like enjoy going and checking out different runes and trying out different Mystic Forge combinations and stuff like that. But the legendary armor really just is super effective at making this a million times easier. And you might say to yourself, well, I'm a new player. How hard is legendary armor really to get? It's hard. It's not something you're going to want to do right off the bat. Again, when you're very first starting out, just understanding that legendary armor is awesome and it's a good end goal is plenty. Again, you can do almost anything in orange gear and work your way to pink gear and then work your way to purple gear. There's no reason to like make this so difficult for yourself. A lot of legendary stuff you can't even get on the trading post. When you go to buy something on the trading post and say you want I'll do Aurene weapons here. Yeah, so these Aurene weapons, you see they're thousands of gold, right? Like, this is expensive stuff. So the thing is as much as you're like, wow, these are so cool, they're also an end goal. They are not something you're going to be doing immediately. It's okay to say, you know what? I'll do that eventually. It's okay to not be ready for that yet. It's okay. Oh my gosh, I never did my Mystic Forger. What? Wow. Let's go do that. So for the game, there's a couple of things that I would very much recommend for new players to understand. One of them is, I want to get into that, but I also don't want to forget to do my Mystic Forger. I'll come back to it, hopefully. Yeah, I'll just come back to it. I'll change what I was going to say. One of the important things to understand for new players is getting around. So the world in Guild Wars 2 is so massive you cannot fully zoom out. So this right here is like nothingness, okay? This is not even a third of the actual world right here. Like, there's so much of the world that you can't even like zoom into everything and see everything. And then the maps on this are so massive that like it feels like you're running around in open world content when you're doing like this is a small map right here. Like this one right here, I don't have a lot done on this character because, you know, the part of the point of doing this character was he doesn't have a lot on him. But this is a small map. And this is a waypoint. And, like, this is, like, traveling around and everything. It feels like an open world area. So, like, right now, I'm in Lion's Arch. Here's me, I'm standing right here. So I am smaller than the waypoint. And this is the map of Lion's Arch. And this is a small map. This is just a city map. This is not a zone map. So again, just to like create some sort of scaling here, the world is very large, the world has a lot going on in it, and you, as a new player, might feel a little overwhelmed or something. Just stick to base game content at first if you're not to level 80. If you're gonna go ahead and be like, yeah, I'm gonna use a level 80 boost, you might want to go travel into some of the expansion content. I definitely recommend End of Dragons because End of Dragons, the graphics are improved some over the base game stuff and the Heart of Thorn stuff. Path of Fire and End of Dragons are graphically a little prettier. But also in End of Dragons, they actually do have like a little bit of tutorial area, and Heart of Thorns and Path of Fire really don't, like at all. So if you're gonna go for an expansion, I would say you might want to go for that one. But before you do that, you might want to grab gliding from the very first story chapters in Heart of Thorns. You will get kind of handed to you, once you hit level 10, the Raptor Mount. So if you like have the expansions and you own them at all, even if you are doing everything from scratch, you're not gonna skip any of the story content, you're not gonna jump to an expansion, you're just gonna start straight from scratch, you still at level 10 will get a base game Raptor. Now the base game Raptor is very limited compared to when you get your masteries up and you develop your Raptor more, but at least it's a way to help you get around faster, to experience some of the really cool stuff they've done with mounts in this game. There's a reason that Guild Wars 2 is known pretty universally as having the best mounts in MMORPGs, period. They've really gone a long way out of their way with their mount system. So traversing the world is a lot easier with mounts and with gliding. But if you're first starting out, that's not necessarily your top priority. Your top priority is more just discovering things and exploring. Couple of things. If you are like running around and someone says, hey, you can just waypoint to something. Waypoints are these little diamonds right here, and to waypoint to them, you touch them on the map. So you don't actually like run to the waypoint or like stand under it and are like, why can't I interact with this thing? It's not like on like ESO or something where, or even on like Final Fantasy XIV where you gotta run up to the, you know, the big crystal or the shrine. I could move my mini-map over to this waypoint, and I could click it on the mini-map and still teleport there. That's like, wherever the waypoint is, you can just go to it. I don't recommend using waypoints a lot, though. And the reason I say that is there's certain situations where, yeah, using a waypoint's awesome, and then there's certain situations where it's like, oh, once again, I am running around with no minions. Oh, I'm standing in a puddle. You can't summon feasts and food in puddles. Random tidbit. I wasn't planning on stating, but apparently I'm still too much in water. There we go. Now I'm on dry land. But there you go. Now you know. You can't summon feasts in water. They don't want your food to be soggy. Anyway, so the waypoint system is very handy and dandy, but it can get expensive after a while. If you're spending like, you know, silver constantly every time you do anything, it can definitely start to add up. And when you're first starting out in the game, you have like almost no money. So wasting all your money on traveling to waypoints isn't really gonna be very good for you. Like, you need to spend your coppers and your silvers on other important things, like bags and getting upgrades to your gear and being able to unlock stuff that you want to collect, and you know, like there's a lot of things that would be much more useful and important for you. For the waypointing, when you do want to use it, is if, say, someone's like, hey, there's a world boss, and they link the waypoint. Well, obviously you want to fight a big, cool world boss, and you want to get loot. Like, sure, yeah, I'll use a waypoint. Or maybe your friend wants to play with you, and they're on the same map as you, but they're like really far away on the map. Just waypoint to them. Don't make them stand around waiting for you. But if you're out running about on your own, and like you want to get to somewhere that's only like 2 waypoints away, just ride your Raptor to the 2 waypoints away. It's not worth the like almost 2 silver or silver and a half or whatever it is. Like, every time you do that, you're just shooting yourself in the foot because you're a new person and you really, really need your money. The other thing with world map stuff is you will be discovering things as you go along, and the little squares are points of interest, and a lot of times near points of interest are hearts. And hearts are people who really basically will love you and turn into a vendor that gives you some nifty stuff sometimes if you help them out. And you can help them out by doing different things. It's not like questing in a lot of traditional MMOs where he's like, can you please go fetch this? Or can you please go kill this many of this thing? It's more like they took a bunch of quests and combined them together, and then the heart person, you know, appreciates you doing any of those things. So if it's funner for you to come and feed a domesticated crab than it is to go around killing a bunch of, like, little ridgeback scales, then go pick up some bags of feed and feed the crabs. If it's funner for you to just go run around and kill a bunch of ridgeback scales, then do that. If you want to do a combination because you don't want to get bored doing any one thing just non-stop, then do that. If you want to, like, you know, pick your way of doing it, it still works out because the guy still develops more and more fondness toward you the more you do nice things. So hearts are everywhere. They're different than questing. And then there's also vistas. And vistas kind of look like a red triangle with a red triangle. I'll go discover one just so that you can see what a vista looks like. And vistas, when you run up to it, you're usually going to end up in a higher place, and sometimes even have to do a little bit of a jumping thing to get up to it if you don't have like any kind of a flying mount. So like this right here is a vista. On the map you can see the little red triangle in a red triangle. So like for instance with this one, if I didn't use my mount and I was just being like a new player, I would have to like run and jump up this ridge to get to this vista. When you get there, it's basically just showing like a location in a little mini cutscene. And I highly recommend when you first start playing the game to actually like watch all of these. I've been playing the game for so long that I've seen them all like a million times. So I don't watch them anymore really, but when you very first discover them for the first time, it's nice. It's like a little break and they're kind of cute and all that stuff. It makes you feel more immersed because a lot of times it will highlight things you didn't realize. Like you might have jumped up to a vista and then the vista starts going and you realize that you actually just climbed a giant waterfall that you hadn't even noticed has like a lion's head or something that's spewing out the water out of its mouth. Like you didn't know. These right here, these are hero points. And hero points, like I said in base game, at the beginning of the whole thing, in base game you get 1 point per one that you do, but in the expansions you get 10 hero points per one that you do. I guess I could have done that, but whatever. So those are like different symbols and stuff that you're going to come across when you're exploring, and it's really helpful for you to go to all of them, especially at the beginning, because A, you're learning how to play, but B, map completion goes a long way in this game. You get rewards for map completing a map, you will actually get like a treasure chest and an exotic piece of gear and, you know, some sort of crafting thing or specialty item. The treasure chest that you get usually is always going to be some sort of Black Lion Trading Company item. So it might be like a transmutation charge, it might be like a Black Lion chest key, it might be that you get some sort of, like, you know, teleport to friend item, or being able to have like a revive orb, which means that if you get in downed state and then die fully, instead of having to use a waypoint, you could just use the revive orb. So if you fought your way down deep dark into a giant cave system and you really don't want to have to fight your way all the way back out, you can use that instead and save yourself a bunch of hassle of fighting your way back into the cave, back to where you had been. So it gives you something good from that. So like, see, I did this heart guy, now he sells me stuff. And what I want to buy, I'm going to buy 4 of these, and I'm going to go drop them in the Mystic Forge for my Mystic Forge daily. Anyway, for the, you know, map rewards, though, once you fully map completed a map, then when you do events on that map, you get rewards every few events that you do. So you get automatic credit as you're doing events toward new rewards that you can gain. So for instance, if I go to this map that he has 100% completed, which oddly, I don't know why I map completed Siren's Landing on this guy, but whatever. So when I fully map completed this, you can see I got to all of the stuff that's discoverable in it. When I did that, I gained a treasure box, and the treasure box gave me the exotic gear, the Black Lion chest item, and some sort of crafting thing, right? Well, now I get map bonuses on this map. So when I do events, I get rewards. Now, Siren's Landing, it only has 1 reward. I get Unbound Magic over and over again. But say I did, like, Gorge Sound. Map bonuses for events, it'd be a charged lodestone, and then a vial of powerful blood, and then charged core, and then a giant's eye. Well, those are really good crafting mats. That's a way better reward. So I am encouraged, even after I've map completed a map fully all the way, to go back to it and do it some more, and hang out there some more, and do events there, because I could get some really nice stuff. If you buy the expansions and you don't have just the base game and you unlock masteries at all, you can unlock a mastery system for base game as well. And one of the things you can do is find these people who have these big giant supersized karma vendor merchant symbols over their head, and you can see them on the map as a, like, here's a normal merchant. Here, one second, let me step away from this person so that you can see them. I'll even step away from them this direction so that you can see both of them on the mini map. So normal merchant, pretty small. Pack supply merchant, pretty big. So their merchant symbol is much larger. This person you unlock with your Tyria masteries, and they can actually sell you this right here, Packed Scouts mapping material, and all that is the ability to get credit toward the event. So say I went to Frostgorge Sound, and I wanted to get this charged lodestone, but I didn't want to have to do a bunch of events. I could use that item, and it would give me a bunch of credit toward having map bonus rewards. It would basically act like I had done some events by clicking on this item in my bag, and it does do it on whatever map you're in. So like right now I wouldn't want to do it because I'm in the Bloodtide Coast and I don't want the map rewards for the Bloodtide Coast. So no, I'm not going to use that item in this map. That would be silly of me. Oh, I was going to the Mystic Forge. Well, I'll get this tree, I guess, since it's right here. But the map rewards that you gain are cumulative. You know, it never stops being useful to go back to a map. The other thing to understand about like map completion and doing maps and you know, wandering around, exploring, and all of that kind of stuff is part of when you're... Why did I go to Lorner's Pass? Well, with this waypoint, I guess, but I wanted to go to Lion's Arch. Whatever, I'm just gonna go to Lion's Arch the silly way. Well, first I'll explain what I was gonna explain, and then I'll do it. The other thing to understand is you're going to be scaled down in level to whatever is close to where you are. So like right here, these mobs, they're like level 33. So my actual level of my character is 80. I am level 80. Okay? But even though I'm level 80, my effective level is 36. Because the area that I'm in is not level 80. So whenever you go back to like old maps, old zones, it has level scaling, and that means that the content there, the world bosses there, the metas there, never stop having at least some semblance of challenge to them, at least some semblance of, hey, you know, this is on par with you. Now, yes, if you're in full, like, decked out gear, you've got all your build set up, your runes, your sigils, everything is on point. It doesn't matter that you've been level scaled down. You're still gonna kill stuff really fast, but nothing is ever gonna be a, oh, whoops, I can just run through the entire place one-shotting everything. Which also means that your rewards are going to be scaled to you back. So when I kill, say, like a hermit crab, say I stop and I just fight one of these little hermit crabs right here, okay, and I go attacking him and I'm like, wee, he's gonna die soon after he stops blocking. If I got loot off of him, which I did not, let's go find something that doesn't block. Here we go. So, say I kill this guy right here, okay? He doesn't block, so hopefully he'll die a little faster. He gave me his level of a scale, but if he dropped gear... I'm trying to prove a point here, you stupid baddies. Drop what I'm wanting you to drop. So, crafting mats, yes, they will drop their own crafting mats. So, if you're doing level 80 content all the time and you go to craft, like, a legendary weapon... And it's like, you need, you know, mats of these different like, types and stuff, and you're like, crap, I don't have any of that. Just go to a zone that's that level, and you can get it. You can get crafting mats that are of that level. Well, none of these are dropping, for whatever reason, any gear. But if they did drop some gear, the gear would scale up to being... more on par with what I need as a level 80, and they would be able to be level 80 pieces of gear. Even if they're like a green or a blue piece of gear, that's still the scaling that I would get. I didn't get one to drop, but the point is still the point. I'm just gonna leave. So that's the other thing to be aware of, is with level scaling, I could still get, like, an exotic level 80 to drop off of a level 30 guy, because combat-wise, he's still semi on quote-unquote par with me, which, again, you can only say that to a certain degree, because, you know, gear does go a long way. So I'm coming to the Mystic Forge because I want to throw these gloves in there and get a different glove that I can salvage. I guess I could explain salvaging. I was going to show one more thing for world map exploration stuff, but I will do that in a minute since I have this here. So, I just used the Mystic Forge. The Mystic Forge is this big swirly thing. A lot of people call it the Mystic Toilet because you will spend a lot of time throwing things into it, and sometimes if you're making legendaries and stuff like that, it can feel like it's not really giving you that great of stuff back. It can be a little disappointing sometimes. But the Mystic Forge is where you go to make quite a lot of stuff. So in the Mystic Forge, you're making your crap, and say you make a piece of gear. Well, you can salvage it. Now, I use a copper-fed salvage-o-matic and a silver-fed salvage-o-matic. I consider these to be like some of the best. Like if I had like a top 5 list for gem store things that are worth getting, which I do and I will get to, this is the salvage-o-matic is on that list. You can buy salvage kits and use them in game, but the salvage kits in game have a limit of use on them, and you get so much gear in this game that you'll run out real fast. So you can get these little salvage kits right here. You can also take a Mystic Forge Stone and 1 yellow, 1 green, 1 blue salvage kit, and you can go throw all 4 of those items in the Mystic Forge, and you can get a 250 use yellow salvage kit instead of this little 25er. But there is no option for that for the green and blue and white salvage kits. Like, in reality, the copper-fed salvage-o-matic saves you having to go back and forth to the vendor and makes things so much more convenient when salvaging crap that it's just ridiculous after a certain point to not continue to use it and have it. It's just too good. The quality of life is just ridiculous. A lot of people just use the 250 use yellow salvage kit over and over again instead of the silver fed one. Personally, I find this to just be too convenient to not use as well. 250 uses is still not enough for me for yellow gear because you just get so much to salvage in this game. But the reason to salvage is if I say this strong trident here, okay? Let's go to the trading company and say I want to sell me a piece of gear, okay? I want to sell my strong trident. I'm gonna get 1 silver and 39 copper out of it, okay? So then say I salvage it. Well, I just got a hardwood log off of that. So now let's go to my hardwood logs. And here is my hardwood log, and automatically 1 single hardwood log is still worth more. Because honestly, I would sell it for the 150. So I'm gonna get 150 out of it instead of whatever it was before, 138, I think, or something like that, to sell it. Anyway, so the point is salvaging is going to give you crafting materials, and the crafting materials are 99.8% of the time going to be worth more than selling the gear would have been. Sometimes people just sell these ones that are not refined into gear. I don't ever do that with greens and blues. Sometimes yellow of these fluctuates in value. Sometimes the reason for that is globs of ectoplasm are a more valuable thing. But basically, when you're a new player, just salvage. You're not, even if you lost like a couple of copper, it's not going to be a big difference for you. You're not going to like have to worry about it too much. Another thing I super recommend,
Best we can.
I just sold them all. When you're first starting out and you're level 80, you'll get a lot of these medallions of the Magi, Rabid, Shaman, and Soldier. Just vendor them. If you go on the trading post to sell them, you will find that there are so many of them up and posted that you don't need to worry about it. When you first start out, you're going to get a lot of these low copper value items as your gray items that drop. And you're going to be like, good grief, why am I only getting coppers at a time? Like, this is terrible. Coppers are, and silver are actually, like, quote-unquote, real monetary use in this game, because in this game, so much stuff is worth that on the trading post. When you go to buy things, I don't know, say cooking, stuff. You get like cookies and stuff. A lot of stuff is coppers and silvers to buy. So you don't actually have to get everything being worth gold, because not everything is even worth gold. In this game, gold cap is 10,000 gold, because it is not like a lot of other MMORPGs where you get crazy astronomical amounts of gold going on. That's just not... Wow. I got an achievement for that. I don't even remember what all these little learner achievement things are, but anyway. So, your gold, as you're gaining it, don't be frustrated when you're like, good grief, I've been playing for hours and I only have like 4 gold. This is terrible. The game hates me, you know, whatever. That's... gold in this game works very differently than in other games. I will get to that, but I want to continue with some other stuff first. I will do an explanation on gold making and gold value and blah 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 like that, and how to like sell stuff and understand that stuff. But I want to finish with the exploration and with salvaging. The reason I was talking about it is specifically for bag management. When you first start playing the game, you're gonna have your big base starter backpack, and you're gonna get a couple of 4-slot bags along the way. If you character boost, you're gonna have like some 15-slot bags or something like that. Some of the very first things I recommend saving up for, like definitely recommend saving up for, are gonna be bags. Getting yourself, like, in my personal opinion, at least 15-slot bags. Whoops. But, you know, if you can save up and get the 20, it's helpful. But, like, an 18-slot bag, say you get an 18-slot bag. 18-slot bag, honestly, is perfectly valid. I use 18-slot bags on a lot of my characters. 18-slot bag is fine, okay? But maybe you can't afford an 18-slot bag. Getting a 15-slot bag is still totally fine.
Something specific?
I would... if you really can't afford to go to 15, maybe a 12-slot bag, but I would not get anything smaller than that, personally. There's a couple of reasons for that. The first reason is obviously you want the space. Like, bag management's a lot easier when you have more bag slots. Pretty straightforward there. But on top of that, the cost starts getting really ineffective really fast. Like, you can tell, you know, 8-slot bag is basically no space, so it's worth nothing. If you really are just starting out and you're desperate, you can get some 8-slot bags, use it for a little while, and then sell it. You could even vendor it, and you really didn't lose anything. It's not an important thing. But you'll notice that at 10 slots, it's 30, and 12 slots, it's 6 silver more. It's not cost-effective to buy a bunch of 30-slot bags instead of the 36-slot bags. The difference for the 3 more slots, the cost-effectiveness of paying 60 silver for these bags instead of just sitting right here at this 36 silver, again, the cost-effectiveness, it's totally worth it to go up to that 1 gold. The big reason that 18 slotters are so great isn't just the more space, it's also if you put a buy order over here, it might actually get filled. If you put a buy order on 15-slot bags or 12-slot bags, nobody's going to fill that. People aren't so actively creating those bags because the crafting mats used to make them are not worth it. You could sell your linen and get a lot more for it than it's worth for making the bags. You make the bags while you're leveling your crafting. You don't keep making 15-slot bags later on and be like, yeah, I'm gonna make so much money from all these 15-slot bags I'm making out of all my beautiful linen. That's just not how it works. Now, I will say one thing for you new people. Pro tip, don't get cloth bags and don't get leather bags. If you get metal bags, it's a lot cheaper. Like here, let's do 18 slaughter, okay? For example, So you go to 18 slot bags. You've got 18 slot silk bag is 247. Invisible bag means that items that are in it can't be like sold to vendors, can't be like shoved back and forth unless you manually do it. If say you put a crafting material in there and hit deposit all materials, the stuff in there is invisible. So anyway, looking at your bags and stuff for purchasing and everything, okay? So you've got this thick leather slot bag. Thick leather slot bag is $264.99, so $265 basically for the minimum one, and your silk one is $248 basically for the minimum one. Now this says $254 for the minimum one, so it is more than the silk one, but over here you've got $2.6 for a silk one. You've got $2.2. Okay, so I guess actually mithril for some reason is more expensive than silk at the moment. It used to not be that way. Either way, the point remains is just check which one. Leather is never going to be the cheapest. $215 for the cheap. The reason being is leather is not something that is as easy to find, and it is something that is more expensive. It also takes more leather to create a crafted, usable leather than it takes for mithril to be turned into like a mithril ingot. So leather is always going to be worth more. But check between silk and mithril which one is cheaper to do a buy order. But the point is your 2 gold and 6 silver is worth it, because again, if you were going to get a 15 slotter instead of the 18 slotter, yeah, it would have been a gold, but this is for 1 gold more 18 slot bags. More space, and the cost effectiveness for those extra 3 slots, really, the scaling on it scales quite quickly. So there's a reason for that. Bags to me is one of the very best things that you can get first off. But the last thing I will say for inventory management, besides salvaging crap, well, here, actually, not the last thing. The second to last thing. Always open these. Never, never, never just salvage those as they are. Always open them and turn them into gear. Why? Well, they're not affected by magic find, so who cares? They might not be affected by magic find, which means that you can't get super lucky with them and scale that up, your luck up. But if you open, say, a blue one, it can turn into a green. You open a green one, it can turn into a yellow. Or either of them, any of them can turn into an orange. The yellow one can turn into an orange at a higher luck rate than the green one can turn into an orange. Always open them, because the piece of gear that you get is going to give you better mats. So if you've got a blue piece of gear and it upgrades to, say, an orange piece of gear, well, now you've gained a bunch of mats that you wouldn't have had if you just salvaged the thing as it was. So, inventory management. The last thing I was going to say is this button right here is your favorite button. You've probably seen me use it in this stream at least like 6 or 7 times. But, so, say I've got this big pile of elderwood, big pile of mithril. Say I just pull out some random mats. It doesn't even matter what mats they are. While I'm out in the world gathering and gaining materials, anytime I want, I can hit deposit all materials, and it goes here. I don't have to have the bank open for that to happen. Say I pull out a bunch of materials, okay, close the bank. Here's all these materials, deposit all materials. Open this, and it will go ahead and deposit the materials infinitely until it reaches the cap of how much I can store. So, elderwood, I can't put any more in there. I am capped on how much elderwood I can stick in this spot. So because of that, it's not going to stick it in there. But any other crafting materials that aren't capped, it's going to stick in there. Say I had mithril ingot, it wouldn't put it in there because I already have 2,500 mithril ingots. So the crafting mat, I'll just stick it right there for now. That's fine. The point is, your inventory management is a lot better when you're out running around in open world, when you realize you can put all the crafting materials you're getting, like, in your bank. And even if you're just running around the world, you don't know anything about crafting, you're just brand new to the game, whatever. At least there's somewhere you can shove it, and later on you still have all of that while still being able to, like, use your inventory in an effective way. These reinforced armors right here, there is no armor repair in this game. What it does is it gives you a buff. So right off the bat, when you first load into the game, no matter who you are, where you are, make sure you go find an anvil or a person with an anvil symbol over their head, talk to them, and you get a 12-hour at a time buff that just increases your health and defense and makes it less likely that you're going to kill over dead. The vendor, when you sell stuff to him, there is a sell junk button, and it will automatically sell all gray items that are in your bags. So if you are collecting specific gray items because you like them, for instance, there's quite a few players that for some reason like to collect spoons, like broken spoons, and they're like just a gray item. Like they're junk, but they like to collect them. They wouldn't want to hit the sell junk button if they had just gotten the spoon. They would want to put their spoon in the bank and then hit the sell junk button. Also, obviously, you can buy back your crap if you want to, but all of these grays just sell junk button, and they all just auto sell. So that's a really nice thing for inventory management as well, to help you when you're first, playing and all that stuff. The other thing I wanted to show for traveling in specific is the world is big and vast. And say I'm right here, and right here I'm in a city, and if I'm in the city, I can use any waypoint within that city for free. So if I, say, went to the Grove, if I was in the Grove, I could use this waypoint for free. But because I am in a different city, it would cost me to teleport there. The cost to teleport gets cheaper the closer the waypoint is to where I'm standing. So, like right now, where I am, I'm right here, and it's 0 cents because I'm in the city. But if I just go over into the very next map, the very next waypoint, it's 148. If I go down to the bottom of that map, it's 155. Say I go a couple of maps over. I'm in this map now. Now it's 24. Say I go even further down. Say I come down here to Siren's Landing. Well, now it's 266. Say I go down to Cantha. Do I even have a waypoint in Cantha? I don't. Well, let me just tell you. It's like 10 silver. It's expensive. Say I wanted to go to the Crystal Desert from Lion's Arch. It's 316. It gets more and more expensive. And again, doing this like once or twice, isn't a big deal. While you're running around exploring in a day. But if you're doing this like 30 times in an hour play session, you're really starting to like kill yourself every time you're playing, making gold wise. And when you're first starting out, making gold so hard. So a couple of things that can really help with offsetting that is, first of all, the city I'm in, Lion's Arch. You cannot enter Lion's Arch, quote unquote, cannot enter Lion's Arch traditionally until you're level 30. The reason being for this is you're supposed to level your first character, get them through the storyline content, and the story will actually lead them to Lion's Arch. But technically, that's just using the portal. So say I wasn't in Lion's Arch, say I was in the Grove or in Divinity's Reach. These are starting cities that are based on the races that live there. So like Radasum, it is for the Asura, and there's this gate, right? Well, if I was, say, level 2, and I was an Asura, and I went into Radasum, there would be a big symbol over this gate saying, no, you can't use this yet until you're level 30. Because I had never done it. And the symbol looks like this. This is a story instance, so that's why it looks like this. Because I'm not doing the story. But this is the symbol that would be over here, and it would be, hey, you need to level up first. Now, once your first character is to level 30 or higher, say you boosted to 80, don't even have to worry about this. But if you're just playing the base game, you got the free trial and it says, hey, you need to be level 30, don't stress. You'll eventually get to Lion's Arch. Lion's Arch, the reason it's so nifty is because it is the city that is most centralized to all these maps right here. And these maps right here, for the majority part, the ones that you're going to be dealing with in the base game. So if you haven't been doing any of the expansion content, anything like that, you're going to spend a lot of time in this general area, and Lion's Arch is the city that's kind of in the middle of them. So Lion's Arch automatically is going to be cheaper to use to teleport to almost anywhere because it's already halfway there if you're in this area. So for instance, right now I'm way over here. If I wanted to go to Ascalon, say I wanted to go to some sort of waypoint over here, it's going to cost way more than if I teleported from Lion's Arch, because again, it's all based on proximity. But I can make this even easier. Say I really want to go to the Ascalon area, which is where the Char start out. They start out with a city called the Black Citadel. So I could go through this Lion's Arch portal, and there's portals to all these major cities. Well, now say I don't really want to go to the Black Citadel. What I want to go to is like Blaze Ridge Steppes. I want to go to the Shatterer. Well, even still, teleporting from the Black Citadel to the Blaze Ridge Mountains over here is still going to be a way cheaper teleport than if I had teleported from even Lion's Arch, because Lion's Arch is in the middle and the Black Citadel is closer. Now, if I had tried to teleport all the way from Radasum, forget about it. That's like a freaking, like, 4 silver. Do that 30 times and see how fast your gold depletes. Okay, so you don't really want to spend a ton of time doing that. So instead, you can use these portals to the major cities to help make it cheaper to travel around. The other thing is, you want to get back to Lion's Arch, you can go through the portals from the major cities to Lion's Arch. There's a couple other things you can do to make this system work really, really a lot better for you, though. This portal right here goes to Cantha. So if you do not have a teleport scroll yet to Arborstone, because you didn't do enough story content, you can use this. But, say I am somewhere, I say I go to South Sun Cove. You cannot use the South Sun Cove portal until you're level 80. So if you're level 50, you want to go there, sorry, you have to wait till you're level 80. But say I'm in South Sun Cove. I'm in some other map, whatever, it's fine. So, I'm here. I wanted to come do this jumping puzzle. This jumping puzzle is pretty easy to do because I have scale unlocked and I have this ability to leap of faith off of my mounts, and you can skip a lot of jumping puzzles with that ability. You can do it with Springers as well, Springer being the bunny mount, which the bunny mount is the second mount that you get in the Path of Fire content. So it is this one right here. So say I wanted to do that again. So you just get a little bit closer, and then you just go ahead and jump up on your bunny and hit this, and once again, whoops, well, I slightly missed, but you get the point. You can still do the same thing. Having the leap of faith ability is really the important part, not necessarily having the sky scale. The sky scale is a hard mount to get. It takes a lot of effort, so yeah. Anyway, back to what I was originally saying. Say I'm here and I forgot for some reason that I couldn't use this portal to get back to Lion's Arch. No matter where you are in the entire world, anywhere, okay? You could be on any map. I'm just on this map to use it as an example. You can use World versus World and PvP to get back to Lion's Arch. Both the PvP lobby and World versus World, any borderland you're going to go to, will have a portal, and well, I'll do this one. Portal's closer. We'll have a portal to Lion's Arch, so you can always get back. Always. So if you're off in the middle of the freaking Shiver Peak Mountains and you're in Frostgorge Sound and your friend says, hey, I just made a character, can you please come and level up with me in Metrica Province? I made an Asura, I'm so happy. You're like, well crap, I am all the way over here. You do not have to spend all the silver to teleport from the Shiver Peaks to go back, because in actuality, there's a portal right here. So see, instead of coming down like you're gonna go do world versus world, you can just take this portal right here, this big purple swirly one, and it takes you to Lion's Arch. No matter where you are in the world. I could be off in Cantha. I don't want to spend 10 silver to teleport all the way back to freaking Lion's Arch. Like, no thank you. So I'm gonna go to the Arborstone. Okay. Prove the point. I'm in the you know, End of Dragons content in Cantha, and I'm down here and I'm like, ooh-wee, this is so far away. Oh my gosh, the ocean is so big. Oh my gosh, the land is so far. Oh my gosh, I want to go up here. What am I gonna do? This is like 10 silver. 10 silver to make that teleport. I'm broke. I'm a new player. I just started playing. I have like, you know, 50 silver to my name. I don't want to spend, you know, 10 silver. You can go here. I did world versus world last time. Let's do the PvP lobby this time. You can go in and it's, yes, a loading screen, but a loading screen in exchange for not having to spend all that silver just to go do something that you wanted to do anyway. Okay, so right here is your portal in the PvP lobby back to Lion's Arch, and look at that, right back again. Did not have to spend 10 silver. So for a new person navigating the world, this can be really helpful. Like, it's so nice to be back here. These purple portals are not the same as these purple portals. So these purple portals right here are to the world versus world battleground areas, and these purple portals are to the major cities, to, you know, the cities that are based on the different races and bring you to different parts of the world. So make sure you're not at the southern Lion's Arch purple circle, but at the northern purple circle in Lion's Arch. Okay? So again, say I wanted to go to the Shiver Peaks. Well, I'm a new player. I don't have, like, free teleports unlocked yet for myself in other ways, so I could use the portal in Lion's Arch to go to Holbrack, and now I can get to Wayfarer Foothills right here, and I did not have to teleport all the way from Lion's Arch, which would have been a much steeper teleport. Okay? Nice concept. Easy concept. As a new player, you really want to make some gold. You want to buy your bags, you want to whatever it is. I guess I will go ahead and get started on explaining the way that gold works in this game and stuff. So again, gold accumulates slower than in other MMORPGs I have played for the most part, and quite frankly, I prefer it that way. I don't actually like the way a lot of other MMORPGs do it. Sorry, it's a little dark. It's nighttime right now in the game. I guess I could go somewhere else. Let's see. Where would be a pretty place to go? This is a free teleport item, by the way. So there's this World Boss portal device, and then Maguma Pact Operation portal device. There are teleport tomes that you can get for the Living World seasons, so you can teleport to different maps. You know what? I don't think I've bought cash keys yet today. I'll go to Drizzlewood. Anyway, the free teleport things really are really nice. They take you directly there. You don't have to pay anything to the Waypoint system. And on top of that, you are going to go to that map anyway. So it's the exact same load screen you would have had to deal with, except now it's free. So I love free teleport items. Some of the best ones are passes. They're passes that you can get from the gem store. Don't worry, I will get to the good items from the gem store thing. In Drizzlewood Coast, each day you can buy keys, and they are cheaper. And then the expense gets higher and higher. And then you come back the next day, and they're cheaper again. So, anyway. So, I'm in, this map. Might not be the best map for me to be in for this. So here's something I can use the key on. Get myself some loot. So I open this, and yay, I got loot. I'm gonna go to a different map, actually. Than this one. I'll just go back to the Lily of the Elon. Alrighty, so I'm gonna explain some stuff about gold and gold making. Wanna be somewhere safe and situated and comfortable. So for gold making in this game, since it accumulates slower, when you kill stuff, when you get gray items, they're not worth quite as much as what you might... Really? The blitzes again? Wow. I could go get some more casino coins I don't need. I wonder if someone's doing it. I didn't actually do the piñata earlier. Sorry, I get easily distracted. Piñata. It is full. Crap. Well, I got here too late. Well, maybe this map will still do it. Who knows? We'll see. Anyway, some stuff about gold making in this game is because the gold accumulates so slowly, you end up accumulating a lot of other things instead. You can check your gold. It's always going to be down here, and then there'll be other mats that are useful to the map you're in. So not maps. Did I say maps? Other currencies that are useful to the map you're in will be next to them. So if you want to see all your currencies, it's right here, this little icon that looks like coins that says wallet. So in your bag, in the top corner, you've got your settings and your deposit all materials. In the bottom corner, you've got your wallet. Open that up and you can see your currencies of all these different kinds, right? So as you go through the game, you will find that a lot of different currencies exist, and you gain them by doing content. And the currencies can be turned into other things. And the reason there's not just a ton of gold thrown at everything is because instead you use these other currencies to get things happening instead. So for instance, I've got guild commendations here. Well, I could use a little bit of silver and these gold commendations, and I could buy myself stuff from a guild vendor. I've got all this karma. This is from doing events and doing nice things for like heart people and stuff like that, and they turn into heart vendors and they sell stuff for karma. So I do nice things for them and they'll give me something. You get all these different currencies and you can turn them into other stuff, trading them with other people and using them to unlock treasure chests. Like, there's all kinds of stuff that you do with these things. So gold isn't necessarily the commodity of importance in every situation, and in actuality it's not the commodity of importance in, I would say, at least half of the situations in the game. It's just not as important as it is in a lot of MMORPGs. It's just the truth. Now, the currencies, you can turn them into gold. So for instance, all these casino coins I was getting at the beginning of this stream, and probably get some more now. I already have these kites. Like, I don't need to buy another kite when I already have the novelty unlocked. I have it. It's in my collection.
Take care of yourself.
I don't gain anything by buying another one. I'm not going to be able to put it in my collection again. So if I go to novelties, he doesn't have any selected. Wow. We'll just shove some stuff on him. Here's some kites. So these are kites that I got from doing this stuff. So like this one right here. Okay, I got this already from turning in casino coins. I would not get it again. It would not just come back to me. So, in reality... Sure. Endless miniature tonic. So in reality, it doesn't behoove me to waste my time with casino coins, except that I get pieces of unidentified gear for 20 of them. So I can literally just say, screw it, I'm just gonna buy a bunch of these with casino coins I've already gotten from earlier today. And now I can use all of these, salvage all of these. And one of them even upgraded to a yellow, hoorah. And that yellow even gave me a glob of ectoplasm, hoorah. And boom, I just made crafting materials off of that. Now, the crafting materials, I could technically just deposit them all. And if I do deposit them all, that's great. I can use them in crafting, I can use them not just in, like, crafting foods and gear, you know, legendary, stuff like that, but you can use them to craft all kinds of stuff. Like, you can craft a mini pet parts, you can craft things to do all kinds. There's lots of crazy crafting stuff going on. Anyway, I could do that, or I could say, you know what, I want to turn that directly into gold. So then you go to sell the items that you just got. So I just got this glob of ectoplasm, and each individual glob of ectoplasm is worth at least 16 silver, which means that even if I say all of this currency was worth 0 gold to me before, I can now say it's worth minimum 16 silver to me now. Now, I got other mats. Technically, it's worth a lot more than that. And I got more out of it than, you know, what technically could have happened. I might not have gotten the yellow item. But the actual value of the currency still changed when I turned it into stuff that can be turned into gold and profit. So currencies are used for accumulating and gaining in this game in so many ways. You can use currencies to get ascended gear in a lot of content in this game, especially in the Living World seasons. You can use currencies to help you get mounts. In the way of your sky scale, you're going to need a ton of currency for this thing. It's part of why it's annoying to get, is you got to save up a lot of currency that you would have much rather turned into like gold or gear or something. But it's worth it. The sky scale is a nice mount to have. But the, you know, currency that you're getting is in lieu of just getting raw gold. So you have to actually take extra steps instead of just saying, cool, I got some gold, I'm gonna go spend the gold. You gotta take extra steps to think, how would this benefit me most to use this currency? Would it even be beneficial most to use it for gold? So for example, the crafting mats that I just got. I craft legendaries. I like crafting legendaries, I enjoy it. It takes a lot of mats to do that. If I sold these materials, I would just have to buy them back again. And if I sell them, I lose the trading post exchange rate when I sell them. So that's money I basically pay the trading post to list it for me and sell it for me. So that means that I actually am losing money if I had to buy this back again to make my legendary items. So I actually don't want to sell this because the crafting material itself is worth more to me than the gold I would get from it. As it is right now, it's worth more in gold value to me to keep the crafting materials. So I actually just want to hit deposit all materials. I don't want to lose my mats. Now, there's a lot of things that are like that. You, with currency, could be gaining yourself something, and yes, technically you could sell it, but that something also could be worth so much more to you to keep. And so you don't just have to think about the currencies in the way of how would this best behoove me to make gold, but how would this best behoove me, period? How would this benefit me? Like, what would make this the best thing for me? And it's really, adds a little bit of nuance to it. It adds creative ways that people have found to make money. For instance, the karma vendor that I went to earlier, I did the heart for him so that I could buy some gloves from him. I did not equip those gloves. I already have the skin. I don't need those gloves. Instead, I threw those in the Mystic Forge and I got a different pair of gloves. Now, the gloves that I bought from him are karma items, which means they can't be salvaged. I cannot salvage the gloves that I bought from him with karma. But because I bought 4 pairs and I threw those 4 pairs in the Mystic Forge, it meant that it made a new pair of gloves, and the new pair of gloves was not bought with karma. The new pair of gloves was therefore salvageable. And as a salvageable pair of gloves, I then could turn it into leather, and the leather is useful to me. I use it to make legendaries. Technically, even if I didn't use it to make legendaries, I could still be thrilled about the leather because I could sell it on the trading post. So now a piece of gear that was bound to me, that I had bought with karma, and it was, you know, what seemed to be a waste of karma because I already had the skin, like I could already make my armor look like those gloves. Now that karma has actually, in a roundabout way, bought me leather that I need for making legendaries. And even if I didn't need the leather for the legendary, it bought me leather that I could turn into gold. So currencies are so versatile in this game, and gold is very straightforward, direct. You really use gold for this particular thing, in that if it says you can use gold on it, use gold on it. Whereas all the different currencies, you can transform them into other useful stuff, and it doesn't necessarily have to just be gold. Gold is very single-minded. Gold is very one-dimensional. All the crafting materials and stuff are very multi-dimensional. So making gold in this game is not what most people would consider to be like their quote-unquote end goal. They want to make currencies. Gold is a currency, so it's on the list, but it is not the only currency. So when you're first starting out in the game, don't be disheartened that you are not getting like buckets and buckets of gold from everything, because in reality, gold is good for some stuff, but gold is not good for a lot of stuff. There is so much in this game that gold does not get you at all. Most of the stuff that you can collect in this game and will want to have in this game are account or character gained. They are not gained by buying it. So gold can only get you so far. Now, an example of that is, for instance, legendaries. If you went right now to the trading post, you could buy a legendary weapon, and you could use gold to do that. Now, you can craft the weapon, but if you're really just not feeling up to crafting it, you can buy it. You'll spend more probably than you would have crafting it, but that's besides the point. You are gonna be like, cool beans, I got me a legendary. Well, grats, but that doesn't help you with any other kind of legendary that you might want. Gold is not going to get you the legendary armor. You still have to actually put in work. Gold's not going to get you a legendary backpack. You still got to put in the work. The legendary weapons is the only quote-unquote way to cheese getting your legendary with gold in specific. Now, you can use gold to buy the materials toward crafting your legendary armor. You can use gold to buy, say, you're like, good grief, I do not want to farm leather, I'm just going to buy it. That's fine. Totally fine. You can do that. The leather farming or whatever, it's totally fine. You can just be like, screw it, I'm going to use gold. But gold is still going to be less effective than if you actually got the leather by using a currency instead. You're gonna have to spend so much with the gold that it's gonna be like not cost effective. So you would either have to be like someone who's a whale and you're just spending lots of real life money to buy gems to convert into gold, or else someone who is like farming for hours upon hours for just raw gold, and you're shooting yourself in the foot because those hours upon hours are not time cost effective. In actuality, you could have gotten so much more leather in so much less time if you hadn't spent all that time so single-mindedly focused on just gold only. In this game, gold does have a very powerful use, and that is the gem exchange, currency exchange, whatever. So you can get gold by selling gems that you buy with real-life money, and you can use gold to get gems, and the gems are the thing that you buy with real-life money. That means that every single item that's in the gem store is purchasable with gold, by technicality. Honestly, almost everything I've ever gotten from the gem store ever has been by converting my gold to gems, because in real life I am pretty poor. So this game not having a subscription fee means a lot to me, but even besides that, this game being where I can play it for a long time and get gold that will turn into gems so that I can still get gem store items means a lot to me too. The exchange rate and everything is all right there. It fluctuates. You can see it at any time. And this means that you could technically buy a bunch of gold. But the exchange rate is not, like, super effective. Like, you're gonna have to spend a lot of money to get very much headway as far as buying gold goes. The other thing is your gem to gold ratio and gold to gem ratio is not equal on both sides. So if we pull that back open and look at it again, if you look, you can spend 6 of your gems that you bought with real life to get 1 gold. But say you're trying to get to say you bought, okay, with real life money of 500 gems. Say you did. Well, that's 100 gold. Okay, that's you're selling all these gems and you're getting 100 gold. With 500 gems, you could be getting like more than 100 gold by a significant amount worth of stuff from the gem store. The gold to gem exchange rate is not the same. Okay, so like if I wanted to buy 500 gems, I'll say a custom exchange instead. So I'll put 500 gems. It's actually 147 gold. So you're actually quote unquote losing gold by spending real life money to turn into gold, okay? Instead of farming the gold in game. So the exchange rate is not equal. And then the gems you use to buy stuff in the store, so why would you waste your time doing that anyway? So it really is just not cost effective at all. To be like, yeah, I'm gonna buy every legendary in the game by spending $1,000. Like, I mean, if you can afford to do that in real life, kudos to you. Congrats. That's, I guess, way to support the game. Good job. But I definitely can't. And I don't know other people who could do that. So, what I do know are a lot of people who change gold into gems, especially, you know, with having to work 2 jobs or things like that and stuff, you know, just trying to cover bills and rent and being able to exist, you know. It really makes a massive difference to be able to be like, yeah, this exchange rate exists and I can do this. Oh, I just died, didn't I? Oh, I did not. Wow. Okay, cool. I'm not being very helpful to the poor casino blitz. But there will be a pinata boss, so that'll be cool. There are a couple of things you can do to make quote-unquote big gold, and one of them is to get an infusion. Infusions are special, so you can get just plain old gives me a stat infusions, and they're not that special. They're just like, hey, I gave myself +9 agony and +5 might. Woot. Cool, that's great. But it doesn't, like, make you look special. The thing about infusions that, like, are super rare drops off of bosses, and what makes them so valuable and worth so much gold, is that, A, the drop rate is very small. Your chances of getting it off the boss are super low. So if you get one, congratulations, because you just made out like a bandit. But the second thing about the infusions is they add a unique effect to you, almost like a legendary would, except you don't have to have a legendary equipped to have the effect. So, like, for instance, right now, we're getting ready to go for Pinata Boss. And Pinata Boss, he can drop the confetti infusion, which makes it look like you have, like, rainbow confetti coming out of your, like, off of your armor and stuff when you're moving and walking and everything. So that's really cool. That's awesome. But in order to have that awesomeness, you have to spend a lot of gold because it's such a low rare drop. So people always want to do bosses that can drop infusions, because they're always hoping that basically they win the lottery and get the infusion. A lot of people, it's like a big giant debate. Do you keep the infusion because it's so rare and it's so special and, you know, pretty badass and all of that? Or do you sell the infusion and, like, deal with the fact that, you know, you're trying so hard to be, like, cool and you know, again, style is the end game. Style is end game. I don't know if we have enough people for this. Are we gonna get in? Are we gonna get in? Oh, I think we will. Okay, cool. Oh, and the Choya Stampede just started too. Sweet. Yay, Choya Stampede. Choya Stampede's nice because you get hits on tons and tons of guys, which gives you lots of chances at loot. Yay! Ones where there's tons of little super weak little guys like that are always nice because you get lots of loot. Anyway, the other nice thing about big world bosses events like that is you get, when you're first starting out, stuff that you can sell for a decent amount. So even if you don't get the infusion, boo-hoo, so sad, it sucks, you do get the ability to get stuff from a Hero's Choice chest. So in Path of Fire, Heart of Thorns, and in Cantha, you're gonna have these expansions that have world bosses and events and stuff, and they give these Hero's Choice chests once a day. In End of Dragons in specific, also each one of the metas that you do, the first time you do it in a week, you get a weekly reward. So you can get 4 week reward things in Cantha in a week, on top of once a day getting the Hero's Choice chest. So that's really nice, really lucrative. Anyway, so you get this amalgamated gemstone, and you're like, cool, I picked a gemstone. maybe it's worth something. And you go and look and you're like, wow, normally stuff's worth like 99 copper, 25 copper, a silver and 56 copper, you know, because there's so many of them that you're not just posting one ancient wood, you're posting a stack of like 200. So in actuality, you're getting like way more than what it looks like. But an amalgamated gemstone, just one amalgamated gemstone, all by itself, is worth almost a gold. It's worth 70 silver. So then you're like, man, if I do some world bosses and say I do like 5 of them, well, then that's 5 times 7. Congratulations. You can earn some more gold that way. So a lot of people like to do world bosses that give Hero's Choice chests. Not every Hero's Choice chest gives an amalgamated gemstone, but sometimes they give something better. In Cantha, you can get something called an Ancient Ambergris, and that's worth a lot. There's also Jade Runestones that you can get from like jumping puzzles and stuff like that. And Jade Runestones, they're not worth quite as much as amalgamated gemstone, but they are worth more than a normal, typical material. You know, that's nice and wonderful and stuff. You can also get some quote-unquote quicker gold from doing Dragonstorm. I want to say I missed Dragonstorm based on that time, but Dragonstorm is a big giant world boss event thing. I will say, do not do Dragonstorm. You don't want to do it if you really want to do the storyline in order, don't want spoilers, you want everything to be... Yeah, I missed the window for doing Dragonstorm. You come to the Eye of the North here, there's going to be this Char guy right here, and you talk to him when he has a blue mark over his head, and he'll take you to Dragonstorm. But do not do it if you are avoiding spoilers. If a spoiler is going to bother you, don't do it. But you can do it and get some nice gold and get some Memories of Aurene, which can sell for a little bit. Get some raw gold out of it. You know, have a chance at some weapons and stuff. So it can be really nice. There's some world bosses that are more lucrative than others. But the biggest thing is there are ways to make some gold. One of the very biggest, best ways that you can go about making yourself, like, consistent gold every day are to do a couple of really simple things. The first thing is you get 2 gold, just straight up 2 gold from doing your daily pick some stuff and do it thing. So you just pick whatever you think are the easiest 3. It gives you 4 options for PvP, 4 options for World versus World, and 4 options for PvE, and it'll be up here in the right hand corner when you're in, you know, any kind of base game content. There's also dailies that you can do for other types of content for Living World Season 4, Season 3, the Icebreed Saga, and if you do enough of those, so for instance this Wandering Cantha, I'll get an extra treasure chest if I do 2 more of these. So if I go fishing, okay, in Cantha, or not in Cantha, in the Maguma forest, then I would get another one, and then 1 more, and boom. All I have to do is 3. Pick one of the 3, and you get income from that. You can also get some really nice gold from working on your masteries. When your masteries get up high enough, you can buy from special vendors. I already showed you the Pact Commander mastery line vendor that you can do in base game Tyria. If you go in here to, you know, achievements and stuff, underneath of it is masteries. So in Central Tyria, this Pact Commander thing, you can get your supply line vendor from this one. I also recommend this be your first mastery you complete in the game, period. In my personal opinion, it is the #1 best mastery chain to complete. There are people who will argue for completing like gliding or raptor or whatever. To me, auto loot is just so important. Okay, auto loot is just incredible. So I personally say this is the most important mastery you can beat. But when you do masteries, say in Heart of Thorns, you can unlock vendors. In Cantha, you can unlock a vendor system here in Arborstone if you do your Arborstone masteries. And if you max it out, the Arborstone masteries, you can talk to this vendor guy right here, and every week you can buy these antique summoning stones. And you can buy them with different types of currency, so obviously you have to have the currency on hand. And one of them is 1 gold, and you're like, oh my gosh, 1 gold, but I'm trying to make gold. But then you go to the trading post, and you can sell these antique summoning stones for like 6 gold. So, yeah, it's worth it. I don't know where I want to put mine. Sure. I like to put mine a little higher. I don't like to put them on the bottom. Because to me, a whole bunch of them come onto the market on Mondays, and then by like Friday, Saturday, they start to come off, and maybe it'll get up that high and maybe it won't, but I always try. Anyway, so you can be selling stuff, you know, and be getting gold from crafting materials you're not going to use anymore, and then you can also be selling, you know, Memories of Aurene and Antique Summoning Stones, Jade Rune Stones, Ancient Ambergris, Amalgamated Gemstones. Tier 6 mats are, if you go look at, like, in the crafting storage in a bank,
Sure about this.
what they mean by tier is, this is tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, tier 5, okay, tier 6. So tier 6 ones are going to be the yellows. These mats right here, every legendary requires you to have some of these, so they are worth a lot, and they are harder to get than tier 5 is, and so they are worth a lot, you know. So when you get yellow of these mats, at first, if you want to save up for your legendaries and you want to keep the materials because you intend to make legendary someday, by all means do that. Again, you're losing gold by selling them and then needing them later and having to buy them again. That doesn't help you. But if you're like, screw legendaries, Ascended's gonna be fine for me, you know, legendary just seems like so much work and expense, you can sell the mats. It's fine. If you learn how to craft, you can craft some stuff that's automatically worth more gold. There's some crafting things that are stuck behind like a daily, you can only craft one of these, kind of like crafting wall, and you can use that to make it easier and better for yourself to go ahead and at once a day and then sell it instead of keeping it. But again, you might want to keep it if you want to craft some legendaries, so you gotta be mindful of what's gonna cost you in the long run versus what's gonna gain you gold in the short term, because that's really the juggling act that you're dealing with. It's, how do these currencies best help me? How does this, you know, crafting material best help me? Would I rather have the gold now, or would I rather save the gold later? Like, you have to think a lot about how to be most like cost effective and time effective for yourself. It adds levels to what you're doing. It just adds, instead of just running around killing stuff, you're running around killing stuff specifically pursuing a certain kind of crafting mat or a certain kind of currency. You're intentionally doing things instead of just willy-nilly doing things. Now, you still gain by willy-nilly doing things. Allow me to be very clear. You can be doing almost anything in this game and gain from it. I randomly am wandering around right now, and I am still gaining. I think the brother... Yep, Gang Wars is coming. I'll go do join Gang Wars. You are always gaining in this game, no matter what you're doing. I can be just, oh hey, I'm gonna wander around and I happen across the treasure chest. Well, congratulations to me, I got something out of the treasure chest. Now, was it the most time or cost-effective way to gain? No, but right now I'm having fun just wandering around while I'm explaining stuff, so that's what I'm doing. I've heard people say before, if you're not, you know, at maximum profit, what are you even doing with yourself? And, you know, like, had people be like, oh, I'm not gonna do that with you because I could actually, you know, be earning 30 gold an hour, you know, if I go do this instead, so why would I waste time doing that? And so they are like, it's not effective. And if that's genuinely fun for you, then cool. The goal is to have fun. But in reality, I view it the same way I view people who work at a job. A person might say, oh, hey, I'm worth, you know, $15 an hour or whatever. I'm worth $40 an hour, whatever they get paid an hour. And they're like, that's how much I'm worth. So if I'm doing anything that earns me less than that, then obviously it's not cost effective and a total waste of time, right? That's what they're saying, you know, is how it is, which is not true at all. Because when they go home and see their family, they're not making no $40 an hour. When they are, like, going on vacation, when they are having sleep, going to bed and actually resting and recuperating. So, in actuality, saying, oh, I could be right now farming with, like, all these things going and boosters going and everything else, and I could be gaining all this, you know, true, you could. But how many hours are you going to be able to do that before you're burning yourself out and you're not having fun anymore and you're tired of it and you're ready to go do something else? Like, wander around looking at little fox treasure chests, because why not? You know, it's being at high stress, high pressure farming rates for gold or currencies or crafting materials is not actually gonna help you in the long run if you're constantly burnt out. So this game, it's really important in this game to have long-term goals and to have short-term goals, and that's really important, not just for like, oh cool, I want to have legendary armor someday, but also for your gold making and how you want to go about it. Now, a couple of things I will say with gold in general is it is a useful currency. You don't ever want to not have gold. Like, just because other currencies can be really, really valuable and, you know, useful and stuff does not in any way, shape, or form denote or anything that I'm saying gold is not, like, an end game currency, because it absolutely is. It's just... It's not the only one. But gold is definitely useful, and there are ways to make it easier for you to avoid losing gold. Thought he was only going after my buddy, but apparently this time he wanted me. Oh, he killed my buddy, that's why. That's why. He killed my buddy. So there's a couple of things you can do to help your exchange rate with your gold be a lot better. For instance... Oh, the city's under attack. Fine, I'll come help. For instance, in the trading post earlier, I had the summoning stones that I was posting, and I did not post them straight at the bottom. I decided to take the risk of that maybe over time their value would go up a little bit and that I could get a better price for them. Now that's a little bit risky, so if you don't feel up to that risk, just sell them for the bottom price. But when you're selling, always sell on the right hand side, and when you're purchasing, unless it is like a specific item that there's not very many of in the game, purchase on the left hand side. Now I'm talking about purchasing like crafting materials, for instance. Always purchase your bulk crafting materials on the left hand side. Don't purchase them on the right hand side. But say you want to buy like some fancy weapon skin that hasn't been out for a long time, nobody's gonna sell that to you on a buy order, so you might as well just buy it like correctly, because it's not actually gonna get you anywhere. Now the big thing about making a buy order instead of buying instantaneously is you are gonna have to take the risk that someone else puts in a better buy order and gets sold to instead, that it's gonna take a while, that you might not get sold to right away. So if you're like buying the last 50 elderwood that you need to make your legendary weapon, you might be like, you know what, it's worth the risk because it's elderwood, and elderwood sells pretty fast. But if you're getting the last 50 say like amalgamated gemstones, and they sell a little slower and not as quickly, well then you're gonna be like, maybe I'm gonna insta-buy these because I really don't want to wait around for like an hour. I'm so excited to make my legendary. I'm just gonna do this. Yeah, I'm just gonna get it. So then you insta-buy even though it is a crafting material. So, well, now that I got some hits on this guy, I'll get credit for him. That's good enough. So what I'm talking about is on the trading post, say I want to buy a +1 agony infusion, okay? You can see, you can buy it instantly right here. Current sellers who are selling it, and they're selling it right now. It's already posted. This is the price it's posted for. You buy it and it instantly is purchased. Or you can put a buy order over here and hope that someone sells one to you over a period of time for the price that you're willing to pay. Okay? So then say you want to sell something, okay? Well now, well, this is a bad item to use as an example. Say a coral orb, okay? So this is what people are willing to pay, but I don't want to make 760 off of that. I want to make 794 off of that. So I'm going to sell it on this side. Now say I don't want to take the risk of a bunch of people coming and undercutting me. I could post it right here for 773. It's the lowest price over on this side, but it's still more than what buyers are saying they're willing to pay for it. So now people who are willing to buy instantly are going to pay this price, and I made more off of it. So that's a way to help offset your gold exchange, you know, gains versus losses. When you buy and sell in the trading post, by the way, it all comes right here. And if you're out in the open world, you'd have to access a trading post person to access it, but you can still sell anywhere. So I don't have to go to the trading post to sell this coral orb. I can post it like right now if I want to. I can say, you know what, I am through making legendaries. Screw them forever. I'm not going to keep my orb, because you can use orbs in the Mystic Forge to turn into amalgamated gemstones. So a lot of people do that for legendaries. What am I doing? I am going to the junkyard. What am I doing still here? Just talking. Anyway, the point is say I am out in the open world, my bags are getting full, my material storage is full. Technically, if I'm really like, you know what, screw it, I could just deposit instead of stuff to my material storage I could deposit stuff to my sell category on the trading post and make a little gold off of it while making myself a little bag space. But if I need those crafting mats, then that's not as easy or effective to do, but you know. But you're picking up gold or picking up items that you purchased, you gotta go to a trading vendor or else summon a trading vendor. So it's really important to be, you know, aware. It's not going to come to you like in the mailbox or something like that. The trading post vendor, and anyone, it doesn't have to be in a specific city. You could have bought something in Lion's Arch and pick it up in, you know, freaking Arborstone. It doesn't matter. Any trading post vendor all has the exact same information. They're all selling your items to everyone, and they're all going to give you your items you purchased to you. It's like a big giant exchange system. Anyway, so you can always gain your gold from stuff you sold, and you can always gain your items that you purchased from the trading vendors. But when you are trying to get gold, it's not going to go directly into your wallet or directly into your mailbox. You do have to pick it up. There is an exchange rate, and there is a posting fee when you put stuff into the trading post.
We've driven back the armies, but what about the lieutenants?
I wonder if
Busy trying to beat each other to a pulp.
Maybe we should give them a hand.
Brought down the shield.
I should do this after.
It is to let them keep beating each
Not right
other.
now.
They're also making the corruption here
Another thing with gold is, as much as certain events and stuff can give you raw gold or give you like, hey, this item is worth a lot. You know, don't take for granted the items that are worth not a lot if you're getting them in bulk. Like, for instance, Elderwood or Mithril, you're gonna get so much Elderwood and Mithril. Like, you're really gonna get quite a bit. And you don't need to be like, oh my gosh, you know, this is only worth so little. Like, oh, the Mithril's only worth like 40 copper, ew. Or, oh, you know, the Elderwood is worth, you know, like 1 silver or whatever it's worth. I haven't looked at it in a while. I keep my Elderwood, like, honestly, I don't like to sell it very much. Anyway, the point is whatever it's worth, it's going to be a lot less, but it's because you get so much of it. So you sell a stack of like 250 mithril, and it doesn't matter that it's like 50 copper, 40 copper, 30 copper, whatever it is, because you're going to get over a gold for the stack, and the stack is so simple to get that it's not really like a big deal. Alright, world boss time. Woot. So this is the meta for Echovault Wilds in Cantha here. And this guy will give us a Hero's Choice chest. And we like Hero's Choice chests, because we get to pick yummy loot out of them. I'm gonna... I don't really have the best damage ever on this character, but that's okay. There's people here. See, I don't have to be the one who can do the damage. So this boss likes to move around and gain extra mechanics when he moves, so we gotta kind of chase him. So I like to move around while I'm fighting. This is something that might help a new person. Moving helps you stay out of all of these different AoEs because you're already moving out of them just by being in a constant state of movement. the dodge roll that you get, you only get these 2 dodges right here, and the meter fills back up when you're doing it. So if you dodge, see, it used it up and now it's filling. Well, the dodges you might need in like a really serious situation. So if you can move yourself without dodging out of a lot of AoEs, it is pretty much gonna help you significantly, because then you can save your real dodges for, oh, hey, this is a really bad thing, or I'm gonna get hit by this or whatever, and I'm not gonna be able to get out of it. Like that right there. I was getting sucked in, taking damage, so I dodge rolled. There's a lot of different AoEs and things going on and mechanics and stuff during world bosses, and it might feel a little overwhelming, but if you follow whoever the tag is, if you don't know what to do, usually that'll help you a lot. There's almost always going to be like some sort of tag or mentor symbol on the map, and that'll help you significantly. I will say with this boss in specific, there's a mechanic he has that a lot of people die to, and it's this one right here. He will smash his fist down and create this pile of rubble, and you gotta stand behind it or else you're instantly dead. And like even just the pile of rubble I was behind, and then look at all these other people for the other pile of rubble. Like, so many people get hurt by this. It's a really obvious mechanic as well, so it's weird to me that so many people struggle with it. Because look, see, he smashed his fist down and left the rubble there. He is gonna smash it again. He left another pile of rubble. It's not like it's... I don't know. To me, it's weird that so many people die to this. But I will say, sometimes I'm like 1 second away from it. Sometimes I'm like, crap, I'm not getting there fast enough. So then at that point, it's like, well, you can dodge roll and gain a slight bit of your speed back, because when you're in combat, your speed slows down. Your running speed, like your actual movement speed. And so it can be helpful to dodge roll to try to get to a position faster. So yeah. But I still am using base game Necro. Like, I still am not like switched over to a more modern spec, an elite specialization. I have another necromancer that I've unlocked all the elite specs on, you know, and stuff. But on this necro in specific, I just tend to leave him a miniomancer because, again, I basically only use him to do certain kinds of PvP. Like, and I like leaving him exactly how I like him, or whatever, you know, exactly how I want him to be for that. But obviously that build is not super effective for open world. I will say I have used him a couple of times for farming. If you are a new player and you're like, man, I do not know what to play to help me like feel like I can catch up at all and be able to get some gold going, get some, you know, currencies going. Now that you know that, oh, whoops, here I am, going too slow because I was talking and I didn't even pay attention. So I guess if people aren't paying attention, I can see how they would get hit by that. Anyway, but there's some classes that are better at helping you catch up than others, and one of them is definitely Necromancer. Necromancer is so freaking handy and dandy for a lot of open world stuff that you're going to be doing. Necromancer's really good in world versus world and PvP as well, in certain situations. So, you know, the best for PvP and PvE and open world and PvP and stuff in low end content right now is more like Mechanist. But the point remains the same. There are certain classes that will help you more, and there are ones that have a ability to have like a pet of some kind. So for instance, Necromancer, Ranger, and Engineer, they all do that. Technically you can make spirit weapons with Guardian, but they're not that great. In reality, I like using you know, all of these classes for like just farming something random in open world. Ranger is my like one of my go-to farming characters, like just really good for that. I like Ranger with a bouncy axe. Lots of people like Thief with a bouncy short bow for doing group content that you're farming, but Ranger with a bouncy axe is good too. You just want to get as many hits on things as possible. We call that tags, that you're tagging something. But yeah, it's really, really good and really useful to have certain kinds of classes for catching up stuff or whatever. Now I will say, man, Guardian is amazing, and Mesmer is amazing, and freaking Elementalist is amazing. Maybe not for like every beginner situation there is, but they are so versatile for so many different types of situations. Like, don't take for granted how great they are. Revenant and Warrior can be super good too. The one thing that they do a good job of in this game is every single class has its place. Every single class has its moment in the sun, its place where it shines. There is no such thing as, oh, if you play, you know, a Necromancer, you're super OP and everyone should just bow to you, and that's that, and there's nothing else. That's not how it works. Now, there are some specs that sometimes feel that way, but they don't stay that way for very long. In reality, the majority of the time, even the specs have their places to shine. Like, you can have a class that maybe you feel like is not that great in, like, say, PvP, but it's really good at raiding. Or maybe it's not that great for, like, PvP in specific, but man, open world PvP, like in World versus World, it really shines. You get to where you're like, wow, this is a great character for farming like metas and world bosses and stuff, but man, they would suck in PvP. You know, like, oh, this character's great at speed running, like, fractals and dungeons. Like, this character just speed runs everything. But they would be terrible in a raid situation because they're definitely only for speed running. And, you get to where you get a feel for that. So if you start playing something and you're like, wow, this is so fun, I love this character, but I'm not like getting anywhere with the content that I'm doing, don't worry, your character is useful for some sort of content somewhere. This game is really, really good about that. Oh, I wonder. I wonder how long I've been streaming for. I don't know.
You would, of course, be compensated.
If you are part of a squad or part of a group, you can always leave the squad, or you can right-click on somebody else who's in the squad, and you can join the map they're on. Same thing if you're in just a group, a party. If I want to go back into the squad, you can actually click them on the map, hit join squad, and now you're back in the squad again. You can add them as a friend or a guild invite. If you add them for a friend but they don't add you back, then instead of being on your friend list, they go on your followers list. and they're just people who are following what you're doing. If you're looking for the looking for group system and you want to find a squad leader for a map, and it's not a map that you're necessarily on, the looking for group system is in the social section. So friends will be your first option, and then looking for group will be here. And it's just in separate categories. So say you want to go to Dragon's End. There you go. You have a, you know, full map or whatever. You can join in. They are separated in squads. Obviously, I'm going to leave because it would be really not very nice of me to go in with my low DPS into a Dragon's End meta. That would be kind of a not very kind move. But I suppose I could put some stuff into... Well... Reaper's pretty far. I don't know. I don't need to worry about it right now. Anyway, some other things that are useful to know for group stuff is if you're in a group and you right click and hold down shift, you can, or left click and hold down shift, you can make icons. If you hold it down instead of just clicking, you can make the icons be like that. If you right click and hold down shift, you can draw for your group. So yes, lots of people draw like not safe for work images, but it does fade away. It doesn't stay there permanently. So I could do this and the circle's gonna slowly go away. It doesn't stay there all the time. There are raid markers and things like that when you're in a squad group, for raiding, but also for like open world metas and stuff like that, that you can use. If you create squads, you can use the markers. Mentor tags is different than a squad tag. A mentor tag is what we call apple symbols. So the apple, no one can like join your group by clicking on my apple, but they can at least see someone's there, trying to lead them, trying to show them how to get to something or show them the way. But I can also just create a squad. The squad tags you have to actually, you know, get. You don't automatically get them. Not everyone can be a squad leader. You have to earn the ability to do that. There are other squad tags that are called Catmander tags, and they're basically squad symbols that instead of looking just like a badge, kind of like mine does, they look like a kitty cat head. I just have the badge one. I mean, a lot of people get really into the kitty cat head ones. I'm not super into whether or not I have that, so it's not important to me. But for forming groups and stuff, a lot of looking for group stuff you'll find can be a lot easier or a lot harder depending on the type of content. If you are looking for a raid group, inexperienced, you might find something, but in training, it's gonna be hard. I'm sorry. I know you're a new player. I know you want to learn about raiding, but training raids are kind of not, it's gonna be hard. Strike missions, it can be a little bit hard because strike missions go so fast. They fill up fast, but there are going to be lots of them for the most part. But again, training ones are going to be harder to find. You're going to find squads. Oh, it's saying this. Yeah. You're going to find squads for Fractals of the Mists in the master part a lot more than the other sections. The other sections will have like groups for dailies and stuff like that, some and things like that, or for like scaling up. They want to scale up how much difficulty they can handle. But in reality, almost everyone wants to do their fractal dailies in tier 4 because you get all the rewards of every tier underneath of that, as well as the tier 4 rewards. So it's the most time effective way to get your loot, but you do have to have the highest Agni resistance and be decently skilled at playing your character and your class and working together as a team and stuff. Group content, There's also, besides strike missions, which are strike missions are like a quote-unquote one boss raid. They're like a mini raid. The other thing is dungeons, and dungeons can be hard to find a group for. Dungeons are typically done in one of two ways. They're new people looking for story modes, or else they're people going through speed runs, and they almost never are going to go in looking for group because they're doing an explorable mode that they want to go really fast on. This means they don't want just any random person. They want like people who are built for speedruns. So dungeoning is something that people are really used to, usually as a new player from another MMORPG, and they come here and they're like, oh cool, dungeons. And in actuality, what you would probably do better to get more into would be fractals, because fractals are what go pretty quickly compared to a lot of the dungeons, and dungeon loot is, you know, scaled up to be more on good loot terms. Dungeon loot can be really good even if you can speedrun it, but when you go really slow with, like, you know, average players and stuff, it can not be very loot effective compared to fractals that are going quickly. But fractals take a lot of effort to get really super good at the highest of tiers. People also really like the feeling of like challenge with fractals. So the challenge with dungeons is, again, to be able to speedrun it. And so in dungeons, even if you do find a group, a lot of times you'll find like there's this one person who's running off ahead. I find that's true in most MMORPGs just in general, but still, please don't be disheartened if you get in the group and you're like, wow, they just like left and killed everything while I was watching this cutscene. Please don't get disheartened by that. Dungeons can be a little difficult for that. The other sections are more for like metas and world bosses, and you know, like right here, Levy Farm, that's for the Leviathan, which is an like big water boss. Water does have its own kind of combat in this game that is different than on the land combat, but it's basically just determined by your class and a weapon. So it can be like, for instance, on this character, I've got underwater weapon of trident and spear. So whichever one I happen to have in my hand at the time is going to determine like the kind of underwater combat I'm going to be having. Sure, I'll go here. This will have the fastest to a deep water area, I think. Ooh, rich platinum. Well, I'm gonna get that first.
It's all skill and a little.
I keep teleporting around to places, but in reality, if you come to a map, you can spend quite a while there. There's so much to explore and so many events and stuff that it can be like very, very immersive just being in a map. I, again, have played the game for more than a decade. Like, I've got so much under my belt as far as doing all of this stuff and beating content and everything that I don't worry as much about, oh, am I ruining my immersion or whatever. Sometimes I do. Sometimes I don't know, you get in a mood when you play Guild Wars 2 because the world is just so big and fully voice acted everything, and like, you know, the NPCs talk to you when you're walking around, and you just get this like warmth toward the world. I was going to water, that's what I'm doing. So sometimes you do get kind of like, I want to just enjoy the environment and appreciate this like really wonderful, impressive world that I'm in, and feel really good about it. And you know, that definitely happens.
The inquest are up to something deep.
If you're new and you don't know where to go, you can talk to these little scout people. But they have a spyglass over there. But now I'm underwater, and you'll see my combat skills totally are different now. So now if I go to attack this guy, well, I've got a spear. Well, I'm too far away. This is a melee weapon. Well, that's not helpful. So then I switch, and now I've got a trident. And the trident is a ranged underwater weapon. So now I got him to come to me so I could kill him. So yeah, underwater combat has its own thing in this game. And each class has its own underwater combat. Your elite specialization does not change your underwater combat weapons. So that just stays the same. The gem store, when you buy something from the gem store itself, that does come in the mail. So be aware that if you get something, it'll come to you like that. It won't be like in the trading post or in your bag directly. It does auto delete itself though, the mail that comes from the gem store. You really can't hold that much mail, but you don't really need to, because trading post stuff doesn't come in the mail. Now, if you want to trade items with another player, you have to send it in the mail to them. There is no just like stand there and trade with people option. So if someone does something nice for you, you can't just like open up a trade section and trade them some silver. You actually have to right click their name that you want to mail something to them, and then that's how you mail to them. You can trade to your alt characters by just sticking your items in the bank, and all of your other characters, every alternate tune that you make ever, will be able to just take in and out of the bank. It's an account-wide bank. So you can trade, you know, like say you had like some 15 slot bags on your main character and you got some 18 slot bags. Well, you can give the 15 slot bags to your alternate character, you know, instead and stuff. So that stuff's all good and cool, that you can just do that right off the bat. It's just part of the game. The storyline in the game can be picked and chosen which story chapter you want to do after you hit level 80. So any story content that you have, you can choose to not keep doing the story you're on and go do a different story part instead. If you want to like unlock a map, or if you want to like unlock the ability to do like a mount collection or something, you don't have to do the story in order. It's in like sections. And those sections are totally skip aroundable. You can just feel free to do it how you want to. You can start doing PvP at level 2. I do not recommend, even though you can go in World vs. World earlier, doing World vs. World until you're 80. Because everybody else in World vs. World will be 80 and you'll just get slaughtered. You go in there as a little like level, you know, 50 character and everyone else is 80, and yeah, you're gonna have a negative experience when it shouldn't be like that. So just don't go to World vs. World till you're 80s. Do yourself a favor. World vs. World has a different upgrade system than the mastery system. And World vs. World and PvP have reward tracks in them for gaining loot while you're doing stuff. So, like, you can come to your reward track and see how far along you are in it and what the next loot you're gonna get. is going to be. So when you're in the game mode, you're still gaining like useful, valuable rewards to yourself. A lot of people really like doing world versus world and or PvP to like farm, just because some of the reward tracks are really, really good, and pushing through and doing them is like super beneficial. So when you go to join a guild, there isn't a guild search system, but you can have 5 guilds, and the guilds have guild halls. The guild halls, you might find a scribing station inside of them, and that is to make furniture for decorating. Decorating with furniture is only done in the guild halls. You decorate your home instance with like gathering nodes and pet cats and different things, but like furniture and stuff like that, you do the gathering in the guild hall, and you have to have permission to do that. So if you go to the guild hall and you're like, wow, here's the guild storage, there's lots of furniture in here, this is cool, I want to do it, you might have to like earn a better rank in your guild. But you can have 5 guilds, so if you see someone saying a guild recruit message in map chat, feel free to join it. Yeah, I'm trying to think of more things that are really something that might be helpful to understand or know how to do as a as a Guild Wars 2 new player. Gathering is really nice. Always gather. You can get gathering tools from merchants until you can get infinite ones. I wanted to, quote-unquote, end the stream with my, quote-unquote, top items that I would get from the gem store. So I'm trying to think of things that aren't that. But I guess I'll just go ahead and do that. And if I think of something else after that, then oh well. I've been on here for a little while. I've been talking pretty non-stop, but hopefully this stream ever helps some new players, some beginners to the game. Like again, I'm still on base game Necro right now. Like I still haven't stopped being on it. And while I don't do that much damage, I'm still functional. I still kill all the bad guys. I still could take part in a meta from End of Dragons, you know, like could still take part in some bounties in Path of Fire. Like, ooh, it's open. I wanted to come gather the garden that I have in here. There are places, if you're working on like chef, if you're working on your cooking, crafting, cooking is really fun to level because you think, hey, what components go into making a pizza? And then you know, guess at it and you're like, oh hey, I made a pizza, you know. It's fun to discover recipes and stuff that way, and everything, but a lot of the chef stuff, you need like multiples of the food, and there's gardens in the world where you can get lots of the food. This particular garden you can't just walk up and get if you're a new person, because you have to have crafted, not bought. You can't just have it, you have to have actually crafted it. The leaf of kudzu. Kudzu is a legendary longbow, and I did make it. And this garden is unlocked as part of crafting kudzu. So again, you can't go to the trading post and just buy kudzu and be like, cool, I have the legendary longbow, awesome. You have to actually craft the leaf of kudzu, the precursor to it, which a precursor is a weapon that you have to have to make the legendary itself. It's like a this is the opener weapon. So when you're doing, you know, cooking, going around to like different gardens and stuff and gathering is really helpful and really nice because you get multiples of the cooking mat at a time, and some of the mats are quite frankly like basically impossible to get if you don't do it from a garden, because either A, it's so spread out and so rare, or B, it only grows in gardens. Always consume your luck. Your essences of luck raise your magic find. Magic find increases your drop's ability to upgrade to a better drop. You also get these magic find rewards and stuff from achievements. So achievements are actually valuable in this game. Achievement points in a lot of games are like, oh hey, they sort of are there, and you can pat yourself on the back for having them. In this game, your achievement points get you rewards. They can get you some gold and stuff like that. You know, laurels, which are very useful, but they also give you account-wide bonuses. So your account-wide bonuses are gold find, which increases how much raw gold drops off of things when you kill them. It's still pretty insignificant, but it's nice to have passively over a long period of time. Karma gain, which karma can be very nice to have. It's a good currency. Experience gain. Even after you hit level 80, you will keep leveling up because you will level your masteries, and even after you finish leveling your masteries, you will keep getting level ups, and they will turn into spirit shards, which is another kind of useful currency. And then magic find. Magic find is essentially going to say, hey, this drop was going to be a blue item, but we're going to bump it up to a green item. It's a chance to increase your items and your luck rate, just period, from drops from killing bad guys, from opening like treasure chests at the end of jumping puzzles. There's a lot of loot bags and stuff that are affected by magic find that actually say they are, and stuff, or like the big veteran boxes, those are affected by magic find, but the majority of loot stuff is not. So like these right here and stuff, not affected by magic find, but you can increase your luck and your drop rate and your ability to keep gaining more and more magic find. Some people invest into increasing it quickly. I'm not one of those people. I've never really put a ton of effort into it, and I still am this high. So it's something that can very passively just keep accruing, and you can keep getting better and better loot. And that way, when you go and do meta events and big boss fights and stuff, you're still getting more and more loot. And yeah, it's helpful. You know, it doesn't affect some things, but it affects a lot of things, and magic find is still nice to have. So whenever you get those little luck clusters, make sure you always go ahead and consume them, unless you're making a legendary that needs them or something like that. There are certain ones that you gotta have your pieces of luck raw like that to craft them. For instance, the Oreen legendaries, you have to use lucks like that, so you will eventually need it, but it's not quite the same as other crafting mats where you would have to use gold to buy the mat. If you sold it now, you'd have to buy it later, kind of a thing, because luck is not sellable. It is an account-wide thing. This game does a really good job of making a lot of things account-wide, or making a lot of things like soulbound and stuff, and have like collections where you can just store them on your account and stuff, instead of them being something that are like a commodity or something that you could sell back and forth with other players and stuff. And there are a ridiculous amount of things you can sell back and forth with other players, but there's also a certain degree of prestige that comes from the fact that there are also so many things that you can't sell back and forth with other players. I'm coming near to Auric Basin because this is one of the first, like, meta prioritize as a new player. Once you get, you know, yourself situated and you start getting into big world events and meta events and stuff, Auric Basin is pretty worthwhile. It's definitely worth it to get the keys. There's tons of chests underneath of here, and you don't even have to have been part of the event to loot it if it was saved successfully. Basically the whole city comes under attack and you help people rescue it, or else the people help rescue it. Either way. And then down underneath, a whole bunch of treasure chests get opened up. I'm here late. I missed the event, but I can still come get the treasure chests. So the window to come and loot them and everything is still here. I don't always loot these little ones, to be honest. But the greater ones I loot for sure. And then the most important ones to loot. If it starts counting down and it's like, oh, you don't have enough time to get them all, at least make sure you loot these big, round, grand chests here. These chests, speaking of countdown, these chests are the ones that have a chance to drop the infusion. And remember earlier I said infusions can give you lots and lots and lots and lots of gold? I meant it. They really can. Maybe after I get done looting these, I will go pull up the word infusion on the trading post so you can see just how valuable they are. I guess I will start saying my, you know, these are things that I highly recommend to anyone to get on the gem store. One of the things has a caveat, so I will start with that, and it is the Living World Seasons. You technically, if you purchase the game on Steam especially, you can buy for $100 all the expansions and all the Living World Seasons combined as one joint product. Definitely worth it. That is thousands of hours of content. It is very worth it, in my opinion. I was very pleased, and so were most players, when they put that out, because you used to buy the expansion, get into the game, and then realize, oh, you've got to buy the Living World Seasons separately. And you have to use it, but not just buy them separately, you have to use gems to buy them. So there's a caveat now that, yes, there is a way to buy the Living World Seasons without the gems, but technically they also can be bought with gems on the gem store. The other thing with the Living World Seasons is if you are actively playing the game at all when they come out, you get them for free. So, if you log in at any point during when its launches, say like the first month or two that it's launched, whatever is decided upon, you get that story chapter for free for the Living World season, and you don't have to spend any gems on it. It's just yours forever. So actively playing the game is a good way to avoid having to spend gems on that anyway. So it's kind of like Living World Seasons are very cool. They're very precious. If you need to not buy them, you know, with real life money, and you need to save up gold, turn it into gems and get them that way, and you need to do it like over time, I highly recommend getting Living World Season 4 first if you don't care about story, and then Icebrood Saga, and then Living World Season 3, and then Season 2 last. If you care about story, you'll want to get it 2, then 3, then 4, and then Icebrood Saga. But if you care just, you know, about like getting your mounts, getting your maps unlocked, getting like really lucrative places to spend time and, you know, get a lot of money from, there's a lot to be said for Living World Season 4, that you get, you know, your achievement collections for your Skyscale, and you get your achievement collection for your Roller Beetle, and you get, like, some pretty high gain maps like Dragonfall. You know, it's definitely worth it. You can also get an infusion from the Kralklatoric Shatterer guy in Jahai Bluffs, and like I've said before, infusions are worth a lot. I keep forgetting to bring up infusions, but oh well. The other thing is with like Icebrood Saga, you get Drizzlewood Coast and Fiora Marshes and Gromthar Valley, and those are all, you know, pretty lucrative maps and stuff, and stupid scarabs, whatever, I don't care about that cash. Just gonna gather. The other thing is in Living World Season 3, the storyline in it is really good, and the maps are like fun. I actually really like the maps in Living World Season 3, but technically the currency that you get there is a little bit less valuable than the currency you get in Living World Season 4. And Living World Season 3, you do get some pretty cool stuff. For instance, in Dragon's End, you can use some of the gliding masteries that you unlock in Living World Season 3 in Bloodstone Fen. So, like, masteries, you know, never stop being good to get. And the Living World seasons have masteries in them, besides anything else as well. That is good. So, if you want the storyline, get them in order. But if you just want, like, the most lucrativeness that you can get, and the mounts, and so on and so forth, Living World Season 4, then get Icebrood Saga, then get Living World Season 3. Living World Season 2 is the least important, in my personal opinion. For the gem store things that don't have a caveat, so Living World Seasons set aside, the most important things, in my personal opinion, that you can get... Oh, wait. Before I do that, I'm gonna set myself. Okay. Before I do that, before I forget, infusions. Chalk infusion, 9,400. Ember infusion, not as much. These different Ember infusions are different, so some of them are worth more than others. You got Mystic infusion, 6,000 something. Ghostly infusions, again, different ones are worth different amounts. Peerless infusions, Agony infusions. Let's see, Queen Bee. Here you go, Queen Bee infusion. Or Toy Shell infusions. Different ones are worth different amounts. Crystal infusion. Look at that. You got Celestial infusions are different ones, different colors. And then Snow Diamond is from the Winter Stay event thing. Frost Legion infusion. You get the point. Infusions can be worth a lot. So here's this Festive Confetti infusion that could drop off the Pinata boss. So in a game where, you know, essentially the cap is 10,000, getting an infusion that's worth this much is, you know, gonna be amazing. Now, again, the trading post is gonna take a posting fee, you know, but still, liquid Aurelium infusion. Here's, all of these infusions are from, like, the Halloween event, which is coming up in October, pretty soon. Anyway, the point is infusions can be a nice chunk of change. Like, they can be very helpful to you. So, yeah, people like to go for infusions because it's kind of like you're getting loot from doing the world boss anyway, but also you're getting this, you know, chance that you might just like hit the jackpot and get this infusion and be like, whoa, you know. Anyway, things that I think are super, super like important to get, you know, from the gem store, period. Number one thing that I say, without, you know, it having like, again, living world season caveats, number one thing is gonna be probably copper-fed salvage-o-matic. Again, some people can live without a silver-fed salvage-o-matic. They make the mystic salvage kit and are good with that. It's not enough for me, but it's good enough for them. You know, but the copper-fed salvage-o-matic, it's just a massive, massive headache saver. I know they put out a Steam upgrade thing for... Why are these not loaded pictures? Anyway, they put up a Steam thing for the release, but I don't think it's in here anymore. But it had a copper-fed salvage-o-matic with a few other things. That copper-fed salvage-o-matic is just, it's so good. Definitely get it. The other thing I would say is getting, in my personal opinion, infinite gathering tools is super important. I would very much recommend getting infinite gathering tools that have a glyph on them, even if it's a glyph that you're gonna eventually take off of the tool. It's the same price for gathering tools that don't have a glyph as do have a glyph a lot of the time. And like, this is 1,000, no glyph. This is 1,000, has a glyph. To me, infinite gathering tools are just so powerful, but getting an infinite gathering tool without a glyph to increase your gathering yield just feels foolish to me. Especially since, again, it's going to be the same price. So why wouldn't you want that, right? So that's the second thing. Okay, first thing, copper-fed salvage-o-matic. Second thing, infinite gathering tools. To me, the other thing that you will probably want to get is either a bank tab expansion or a crafting material expansion. I have the maximum material expansion that's allowed is the 2,500, but it really helps a lot with your functionality and your bag management and everything to not have the base game 250 materials is all you can store. You get so much in the way of crafting materials, and you need so much. Even if you're not big on crafting, even if you're like not planning on making a legendary, you still need a lot of crafting materials just for putting stuff in the Mystic Forge and for doing like achievement collections, and it helps so much to have a place to put all of that. It's really to me, you don't have to get both if one of them seems better to you than the other. I personally like the material storage better than the bank tab expansion, but that's just me. But it's definitely important to at least get one, because again, the bank is the thing that's shared between all your characters, and your characters could even be out in the world and they could find a crafting station, and crafting stations count as a bank in this game. So like, say I'm in the like open world and I really want to access my bank, but I don't want to leave where I am. I could go to the guild hall, go to the scribing station, take whatever I want out of it, and then come right back where I was. I don't have to lose my place in the world just to go to a bank. Now, I have passes, so I don't have to worry about that anyway, but I mean for even a new player. So like here, I'll just do it. So I'll go to the guild hall, Yay, loading in. How wonderful. So when you get to the guild hall, you go over to the scribing station, and because it's a crafting station, it counts as your bank. So, scribing station is over here for this, so you can discover stuff for the crafting, but you can also go, here's your bank tabs, and then here's your material storage. Woot! So, in reality, yeah. It's really great to be able to access your bank and to have enough storage in there that you can actually do stuff. And then I want to leave the guild hall. And look, I'm going right back to sand swept tiles, right where I was, not losing my place. Gonna be good to go. So, in my opinion, having a little bit better of a bank than what you initially start out with can go a long way. So if you're someone and you say bought like a big collector's edition for Dragon's End, and you got a bunch of gems, to me, Copperfed Salvage-O-Matic and Infinite Gathering Tools and Bank Tab expansion, slots expansion's not as good. It's Bank Tab and Material Storage expansions that are really, really good. You start out in the game with 5 character slots, and a lot of people I've seen... Oh, here's the Steam Elite Jumpstart package right here. It is still there. So see, this thing right here, it has a lot of the things that I'm going to recommend. Now, the Unbreakable Gathering Tools that it has in it do not have glyphs. So just be aware of that. But this Steam Elite Jumpstart package, if you don't already have a Copperfed Salvage-O-Matic, and you do not have, you know, a pass yet, and you don't have stuff like that, this thing is definitely worth getting. So, thing number 1, Copperfed Salvage-O-Matic. It's in here. Thing number 2, Infinite Gathering Tools. They don't have glyphs, but they are in there, and technically you can buy glyphs off the trading post for gold. I don't know why I closed that when I did that. You can buy glyphs to put on your gathering tools with gold. So technically, you don't have to get them with glyphs. It just is convenient to get them already with glyphs. Where is that Steam Elite jump pack? Here it is. The one thing I will say it doesn't have, that I was saying, is some way to expand your bank, okay? Which is my number 3 thing. So for number 4, it's shared inventory slots. Now, if you bought the expansions at all, you will come with a shared inventory slot with a character boost in them. So at least you get the 3, right? But shared inventory slots mean it's part of a bag that doesn't count against all of the rest of your bag. All of the bag slots over here, they're not counted against. While at the same time, you get to have access to all this stuff on any character anytime. Why do I have gin tonics in here? I must have done that at the bank accidentally at some point. I'll fix that. I don't care about having gin tonics in here. Anyway, the point is having this stuff, I can teleport with my teleport stuff anytime on any character because I've got it in my shared inventory slots. Shared inventory slots are just so useful and good. Like, definitely, I would say, is number 4. Okay? Sorry, I have a friend who was telling me something. I was trying to respond. Anyway, so number 1, copper-fed salvage-matic. Number 2, infinite gathering tools. Number 3, some way to expand your bank. And number 4, shared inventory slots. And the 5th thing that I think is just like really, really super good, and you probably want to do as a new player, is also in here, and it is to get a pass. They give you the Royal Terrace Pass. In my personal opinion, that's like the worst pass, which is probably why it's in there, because the other passes, you know, you almost start feeling like, man, I kind of really want to get a different one. You know, the Royal Terrace Pass just takes you to Divinity's Reach into a special section, and it's just not as amazing. Now, it does do the same things that the other passes do, to a certain degree, but it's just in a less cool way. In my personal opinion, the best passes are either A, Mistlock Sanctuary passkey, B, Thousand Seas passkey, or C, the Elon invitation to Lily of Elon River Pass. Now, the reason that I like all these passes better are because they do something that other passes can't or don't do. That is very useful or special to me. So, for instance, the Mistlock Sanctuary passkey, it takes you into this really cool outer space bouncy land, and it has all the things that a normal pass would have, like a trading post, bank, every crafting station, laurel vendor, dungeon vendor, guild vendor, you know, lots of important things that are like that. So, you know, you can access all this different stuff here. Here's your crafting stations, woot, like all this good stuff, right? A Mystic Forge, that's a big one. But it also has all the fractal vendors. And it also has a portal to enter the fractals of the Mists without you having to go to Lion's Arch. So being able to do fractals without having to go to Lion's Arch is like a big one. It's like really nice. It's really helpful. So lots of people really love the Mistlock Sanctuary passkey in specific because of that. Because if they do fractals at all, they probably like it. The Thousand Seas one I do not have, but man, I almost bought it. It looks so good because it gives you a portal that can teleport you to fishing locations all over. So if you like fishing in this game at all, there is an infinite lure, by the way. I don't know if you saw that on the gem store. I have that on my main. But the biggest thing is the free teleport. And the teleports are to like quite a few places around the world. So even besides the fishing, if you don't mind a loading screen to not have to spend any silver to teleport somewhere, you're not in a hurry or anything, like, oh my gosh, it's a lot of places that you can teleport to. The reason this one, the invitation to the Lily of Elon one, is really nice to me is A, it brings you right to the Casino Blitz event that gives you the Pinata boss, and you're like basically right there. Like it's pretty fast. But the other thing about it is your only free in-game teleports to the desert areas are all not over here. So you get a free teleport to down here, and then you get a free teleport in here, and then you get free teleports to like down here and stuff. Like, so way up here is kind of far away and not part of the teleport systems and stuff. Like you're just not gonna get as much. You know, you're still gonna have to teleport quite far, even if you're like in here, and teleporting from the domain of Vabi to here is still quite the teleport fee, when in actuality you can be right here. And if you want to go to the Desert Highlands, which is this map up here, again, I'm sorry this character doesn't have a lot explored, but that was sort of part of the point of being on the character. But the point is the teleport from here to here is so much cheaper, like significantly cheaper. So in reality, it's it's very nice because it gives you a place that you don't really have much for teleports to without the pass. The other thing is in the... Oh, I'll have to go back there. I left it and I didn't show. The vendors here are a little bit different. They're based on Path of Fire vendors. And so from this casino... Here we go. From this casino place here, you can access bounties. Look at all these bounties, right? And that's Path of Fire content. You can also access the vendors for your envelopes, for your Elon letters. And he changes each day which ones he's offering to you. So it might not be this type of crate every single day, and you can also get keys and stuff. But for some karma and some envelopes, some trade contracts, I call them envelopes. I guess they're technically trade contracts. You can get this guy here, and he's not at, like, your Mistlock Sanctuary Pass. He's not going to be standing there. So you do get something a little extra that you wouldn't get with this pass as well. The other passes that there are, they're basically all of the normal stuff and not anything like super unique, special, and amazing. Like there's a pass in like Ember Bay, for instance, and cool, you teleport for free to Ember Bay, you get to use all the stuff, but also you have a free teleport to Ember Bay that you earn in-game just by playing and doing the content. So it's not really as worthwhile if you can earn a different way to teleport to Ember Bay for free, to have a free teleport to Ember Bay, even though it still does give you the amazingness of having a pass that takes you somewhere where you can do all your stuff. And then the really great thing about the passes is when you're done, you can go right back to your previous map, just like from the guild hall, where I was in the guild hall, and then when I left it, I could go back. It's the same thing with the passes. So just a lot more, like, stuff. Instead of having to go to the scribing station and treat it like a bank, I could actually go to a crafting station where I'm actually maybe crafting. Or, you know, I could actually go use the Mystic Forge, or access, you know, the trading post and be like, oh cool, this stuff's sold, well I'll go pick up my gold. You know, I bought a bunch of things, I'm gonna go pick it up. You can't do that at the guild hall in the same way like that, and so it definitely can make a pretty big difference having a pass like that. It really is a massive convenience thing, but it's a quality of life thing that saves you a bunch of, again, time doing a bunch of little ittle-piddle things that you would have needed to do anyway, but it would have taken longer to do. Because the whole point is you want to be out playing and hanging out and going places that are exciting and, you know, gaining stuff for your account and for yourself, not spending a bunch of extra clicks doing something that you wouldn't necessarily need to do, that at the same time wasn't cost effective. Like, again, taking an extra click to get back to Lion's Arch so that you can teleport for cheaper is at least cost effective for the time sink. Sure, I'll go do Shatter. So, in my opinion, those are the top 5 things. Some people might say a character slot, and character slot expansions are definitely good, especially you want to try out every class, you want to try out every spec, and having alternate characters is a big moneymaker in this game, because even if you're not actively playing that character right then, you can put them at like a treasure chest or put them at a farm like that you wanted to gather from some crafting mats from, or you can put them next to like a world boss that you want to do every day, but you don't want to have to like travel there every day. You know, there's lots of stuff that is really handy about alternate characters, even besides that you want to play all the different specs and all the different stuff. Like, it really is good to have them, but in my opinion, having more characters and not having the convenience of a shared inventory slot or the ability to stick stuff in the bank between them and your main character, or not being able to use infinite gathering tools because you don't have any, or having to salvage like everything by such manual methods on every character, like, oh my gosh, things like that would just be not worth prioritizing over getting the character itself. Like the character is not worth more than the stress relief of not having to deal with those things. So it's nice to get those things situated, out of the way, taken care of, and then expand your character's slots, and then, you know, add to, you know, your outfits and your wardrobe, and then go for like some more of the other cool upgrades or stuff. You know, you don't have to get every single shared inventory slot, but having at least 5, man, it makes such a difference. Or, you know, maybe you got the copper fed salvage-o-matic, but you didn't want the silver fed because instead you wanted to get a mount skin. Okay, I mean, mounts are part of the fun, and, you know, you gotta earn the mount in game before you can use the skin on it, but, you know, that's still, like, by all means, have fun, enjoy it, enjoy yourself. There is something to be said for not doing everything in the most perfect, effective way ever. But these 5 things in specific, I feel like, make a big enough difference to like how much fun you're gonna have in the game by not having to constantly be monitoring what's going in and out of your bags and your bank, to such a degree that you can't hardly pay attention to the game itself and the fun that you're supposed to be having in the game itself. If you're a new player, always eat these feasts laying around and touch hero banners and spirit banners if they're sitting around. Always grab them. They just give you nice little buffs. And the buffs, you know, help you while you're playing the game to gain. And who doesn't like gaining? Well, I suppose there's some things that some people might not like to gain. Like, you wouldn't want to gain zits or something like that, I guess. But you know what I'm saying. Who doesn't want to gain in the game, you know, good things is is different. The Lily of the Elon Pass, that in specific, you have to get the collector's edition upgrade to Path of Fire to get it, and you do get other stuff from that. But if all you're wanting is the pass and nothing else, like, the outfit is more good for people who played Guild Wars 1. It's not really good as, like, just a quality outfit, necessarily. There's some that are going to be a lot more fascinating, probably. You know, more... more up to style and speed and stuff like that, probably, but at least you can get, like, I do believe it comes with the character slot and stuff like that, so it does come with some stuff. It's just, you could do better for a pass anyway, so if you're not interested in the other stuff that comes with it, you might just pass on it. Pass on the pass. I'm just wandering around gathering while I wait for the Shatterer stuff to be up. It's funny to me how many people start out in this game and they're so impressed by the base game and like so in awe of it, and then they get like burnt out, and because they pushed themselves so hard and they didn't do any quality of life stuff. And I guess that's why I'm saying, even if you're just earning some gold and selling some crafting materials to turn into gold so that you can get these 5 items from the gem store, I would still recommend it. Because in most MMORPGs, they're constantly putting out patches with like, oh, new gear that completely invalidates all your previous gear, or oh, new, you know, stat combos, and now all the stats that you had just put on everything don't matter anymore, or we're gonna totally change up how this system works or something. And that's not how patches work in Guild Wars 2. It's very much horizontal progression. It's very much like they add new maps or new currencies or new story content, but they don't make it so that you're behind if you step away or something. Like if real life gets hard or something happens or whatever it is and you need to come back to the game in a little while, you're still gonna be able to play, you're still gonna be able to do stuff with everybody. Old content is still gonna be just as usable or valid as old content. Like, you're not going to be out of date. And being able to say that is a really big deal. Like, it's awesome, but it also comes with this one slight issue in that you have to always be like looking forward to something new or else to do. And that something else or new to do is always going to be like partially motivated by the game and partially motivated by you, the player. They're not going to be putting you in a pressure cooker of, oh, you have to keep up with all your friends, or oh, if you're not doing this, you're not good enough, whatever. The game doesn't do that to you, but because of that, you can take things at a much more good for your mental health rate of playing and state and stuff. Like it really makes a very big difference. So as long as you can keep thinking to yourself, yeah, I'd like this, you're doing great. That is endgame. That is the total package right there. Yeah, I'd like to do this. But you do have to actually think that. The game doesn't pigeonhole you into something or force you against your will or anything like that. Like it's nothing like that at all. So yeah. Anyway, getting not burnt out is an important thing. Is all I guess I'm trying to say. I am trying to think. I was gonna originally end it on the gem store things, so I might be about to end it. I've been streaming for a while, been talking for a while. Feel like this is a big giant like download of new player information, so it might be a bit much, but I figured I'd do it in like one big giant stream. And I've been making like video guides and stuff for a long time and haven't done it in a while, and I thought, well, this will just be like better. I guess I will say, if you're on the free-to-play trial version of the game where you get to play all the base game for free, when you get to level 10, you do get a free Raptor Mount still, but it is temporary. The hours tick down during gameplay time, not during real life time. Same thing with like any boosters that you use or anything. But just so you know, it is a temporary mount, it is not permanent. You do actually need to own the expansions for that base game Raptor to like stay unlocked. Join a guild. Guilds give you some good benefits. You can get some like buffs and boosts just from being in a guild. Play at your own pace. Some people really want to get to like quote-unquote end game. The whole game is end game. Once you realize that, some people really are uncomfortable with it, but the majority of players, once they play it and realize that the entire game is end game, that you never stop leveling up, that you never stop gaining, that you never stop having content be relevant, or useful, or something that can give you something good. Like, once you realize that, you realize you just do whatever you feel like. And it gets really motivating to do things that you want and that are for yourself. There's something really good and nice about that. Why do I not have minions again? Oh my gosh, I'm so bad at remembering to summon all these minions. Usually I just do it at the beginning of a PvP match. Oh well. When fighting dragons, if you don't know where to stand, just stand with everybody else. Like, aw, we didn't break his break bar. The majority of people don't break the break bar on Shatter. Okay. Why am I still in trap? That's not right. Let's... There we go. Apparently people don't know that they need to break the break bar. But like, see, this is a much easier boss than the boss I was fighting earlier in Cantha, because this is a boss that is part of Tyria. This is part of the base game. And these world bosses are still popular to this day. Obviously, you can still see lots of players here. I actually have my player count sent to medium so that you can't even see everybody who is here right now. There we go. Yay, some loot. Loot. If you don't have auto loot because you just started playing, make sure you loot your chests, because you don't want to miss out. These big bosses sometimes have, especially the dragons, have these chests that look more like a statue. Make sure you go and actually loot that, because yeah, you don't want to miss out on your loot. yeah, I guess that's it. I'm gonna go ahead and wrap up the stream, I guess. Feel free to, I'm obviously, like I said, I'm gonna leave this stream up on my channel, and feel free to post questions in here. If there's any things that you wanted to know about or understand, or anything that I didn't answer, and feel free to ask. You can also just open the wiki. If you, at any point in the game, just hit /wiki, /WIKI, it'll open up with the wiki for Guild Wars 2, like, and you can do that from just while in game, like just into the chat. What do I want to do? This way. I like to open my bags on a specific character, so I like putting bags in the bank and opening a whole bunch of them all at the same time. It makes me happy. You get the same loot either way. It's not like I'm magically getting more loot because of doing that. I just like to. This character does not have enough bag slots for me to just do that willy-nilly. Well then. See, bags. Bags make a difference.
Ah, it was nothing.
Whee!
You rarely see one of those.
Cool beans. Alrighties. Well, again, I'm gonna shove that there. Guess I'll shove that there for now. Consume that. Blah blah blah. Good enough. Alrighties. I think I'm gonna end the stream. Thanks for watching, for the people that did watch, and I hope it helped you learn about the game. If you were new to the game and you were trying to get some, you know, new player content and all that kind of stuff, I'm glad that you started playing the game. And if you need any help and, you know, I don't answer a question fast enough, you can ask in game as well. There's a lot of really helpful community people in the game. People are constantly putting down group buffs and group, you know, feasts and stuff like that. Like, everybody is not going to be that way, but in this game in particular, like 90% of the players are going to be that way. Who knows? You tell them you're brand new, they might even send you some bags. You don't need to go begging people. I'm not encouraging that. I'm just saying, if you need help with something, if something is, you know, really a question, you're just struggling to figure it out, and I didn't answer it here, and I'm not responding fast enough for you on YouTube, you can ask in game too. Okay. We all like new players. Us people who've been playing for forever, we like our new players too, so don't worry. We'll look after you. I hope you enjoyed the stream. It surely was better than my first stream, so at least there's that. Anyway, bye.